Because we know that you're looking for expertise, but are also looking at the bottom line expenses to your company. You can take advantage of recruiting services that big companies get, but you don't have to pay the big fees. Our programs and solutions are affordable and bring you the people you need.
IMC Solutions understands the unique challenges of your business, making the tough job of hiring easy. Get started on finding your next hire today at imcsolutions.com or call Linda Nichols at 630-637-6200.
A storm is on the horizon, and you need to keep the lights on no matter what. Your business relies on the power being on 24/7. It's the lifeblood of your data and computer systems. Weather-related outages from the power company are not acceptable. Your need for a source of power that's reliable 24/7, along with round-the-clock service that can dispatch technicians to your site immediately, is mission critical. Your business needs Charles Equipment Energy Systems on speed dial. These are the big boys, not residential or solar, but reliable industrial generators for emergency backup or events. When you need more than a 100-foot extension cord plugged into a small engine generator, call Charles Equipment Energy Systems. They keep the lights on with rental generators for job sites or power outages. Stay warm this winter. Plan ahead. Call now to prepare generators for winter storms and potential power outages. Call 630-834-6000. That's 630-834-6000 or charlesequipment.com. charlesequipment.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Glad you're with us. So Cupid visited premature babies and their new parents at St. Luke's Hospital in Kansas City, Missouri yesterday to celebrate Valentine's Day. The babies each received hand-knit hats with hearts. The parents received special Valentine's cards made from their babies' footprints, along with professional photos taken by volunteers who at one point were parents of preemies themselves. Good story from ABC News, which says the nurses in the neonatal intensive care unit and March of Dimes volunteers organized the efforts to help make the family's time in a typically stressful situation seem more normal. That'll do it for this hour. For Jennifer Kashenka, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
Scoundrels are not exclusive to politics. They're smart enough to occupy necessity service industries like the automotive business. As a real estate broker, my car is a lifeline and a total necessity to my business and my family, which is why I had to seek out an honest, truthful auto service provider. For over the past decade, I've put my trust in Kies Mobile Service Center on Lake Street in Addison. Kies handles full auto repair on foreign and domestic vehicles. They pride themselves on providing you the best cost-effective auto repair and expert advice. Kies has full service bays and truck lifts that can service and manage your whole fleet. They also provide priority service for your business and can track each vehicle, alerting you to the repair before you need it, keeping your guys on the road. Since 1959, Kies Mobile Service Center has thrived through 10 presidential administrations, giving you reputable, dependable, and honest auto repair. Do yourself a favor. Just go into Kies on Lake Street in Addison. See my guy Vic. He'll set you up. Tell him Sean from Elmwood Park sent you. I approve of this message.
What's happening? What does it mean? Why is it important? We've got the answer. AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. Defense Secretary Jim Mattis goes to his first NATO meeting today in Brussels, and he may face questions from our allies about new Russian aggression.
First, the administration says Russia has deployed nuclear-tipped ground-launched cruise missiles in violation of the 1987 Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty. The second move, a Russian ship was spotted patrolling in international waters just off the coast of Delaware, moving north. It's not the first time this has happened, but officials finding it unusual nonetheless. And finally, Russian jets buzzed the USS Porter over the course of several hours in the Black Sea, coming within 200 yards of our ship as it sat in international waters off the coast of Romania.
Fox's Griff Jenkins. All this as President Trump faces more scrutiny over communications with Russia. The New York Times, citing intelligence officials, reports Trump campaign aides had talks with Russian officials before the election, though it says there's no evidence of collusion or cooperation. Republicans are decrying leaks like that and the ones that led to Michael Flynn resigning as national security advisor for misleading the White House about his talks with Russia's ambassador before President Trump took office.
That's the plain and simple issue. And when he lost trust with the president, that's when the president asked for and received his resignation.
That's spokesman Sean Spicer. That is not satisfying Democrats who wonder if Flynn or anyone else broke the law.
What I am calling for is an independent investigation with executive authority to pursue potential criminal actions.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, a new Fox News poll gives President Trump a 48% approval rating. A woman's been arrested in Malaysia in the death of the half-brother of North Korean leader Kim Jong-un, which South Korean officials call an assassination. It happened at the Kuala Lumpur airport. Kim Jong-nam was attacked Monday. He died after telling medical workers someone hit him with a chemical spray. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
31 degrees in Chicago, clear skies, winds are north at 12. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. No one in custody following a Chicago shooting that killed a toddler and a man and then wounded a pregnant woman. Authorities say 2-year-old Levante White, his aunt, and a man were shot inside a vehicle yesterday in the 2300 block of South Kenneth Avenue. Illinois Governor Bruce Rauner will propose a third annual budget that is likely to be shelved by the legislature, just like his first two. Rauner addresses a joint session of the legislature today. He will outline budget priorities for the fiscal year that begins July 1. There's been no state budget since July of 2015. One of two girls who were shot in the head in separate weekend shootings on Chicago's South Side has died. Cook County Medical Examiner's Office says 11-year-old Takaya Holmes died early Tuesday at Comer Children's Hospital. The girl was sitting with her mother and younger brother in the family minivan when someone opened fire around 7:40 p.m. on Saturday. Police say neither girl was the intended target. Both were struck by stray bullets fired in areas of heavy gang activity. Chicago Board of Education filing a lawsuit against Governor Bruce Rauner and the Illinois Board of Education over the way it funds state public education. The suit filed yesterday on behalf of 5 minority families from CPS. Police are searching for the armed teenager who carjacked a woman outside a school in Naperville. Authorities say a suspect armed with a gun took the victim's vehicle and purse Monday night in the parking lot of the Ann Reed Early Childhood Center. The victim was an employee of the school. Federal immigration authorities are reporting that a series of raids in the Chicago area last week led to the arrests of 48. 45 were convicted criminals. 20 had been deported previously. 33 of them are from Mexico, 7 from Guatemala. A 15-year prison sentence handed to one of 6 people charged with the dismemberment death of a Champaign woman whose remains were found last year in a central Illinois lake. The News-Gazette in Champaign reports Davion Hedrick trembled through most of his hour-long sentencing hearing for the dismemberment of 24-year-old Ashley Gibson. The 27-year-old Hedrick was the ringleader of 6 men who cut up and then disposed the body of Gibson after she died of a drug overdose. 4 others involved in that dismemberment have only been sentenced to 7 years in prison. Some Illinois veterans will have access to free child care while attending doctor appointments or job interviews. The Illinois Department of Veterans Affairs is debuting the Tiny Boots child care program at the Hines VA Hospital near Chicago. Money for the program comes from the state Vet Cash program. 5:05 in the news is a service of the Chicago Auto Show. Add the Chicago Auto Show on Snapchat and find out how you can win free tickets to the nation's largest auto show. Chicago Auto Show now through the 20th at McCormick Place. Visit Chicago Auto Show's Facebook page for complete rules. 5:05 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
A new president has taken office, and now he must get to work. What will President Trump accomplish in his first 100 days? What should his priorities be? Join AM 560 for an exciting evening on Wednesday, March 22nd. It's Trump, the first 100 days, featuring Sean Hannity, Mike Gallagher, Dan Proft, and Joe Walsh. See them all live at the Bolingbrook Golf Club. Tickets are on sale now at 560theanswer.com/Trump. Sponsored in part by Woodfield Nissan.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I had gout in both my knees, and it's gone.
Well, I'm pretty stupid. I should have ordered it 15 years ago. It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life.
He had eczema on his hand, and it cracked for years. He did anything from doctor, every cream, everything. And 3 months on the veggies and fruit, it was gone.
They're just awesome. They keep asking me, what am I doing? I told them what I did with my cholesterol. I had the blood test, right? And it went down 100 points. 262, now it's 162. Everything is just perfect.
Balance of Nature is celebrating its 20th anniversary by providing you the best offer they've ever given. 2 free months of fruits and veggies and free shipping. Call now for details. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
Tune in every Saturday afternoon at 3 for the Money Hour Radio, brought to you by Pierre Shale Financial Group. Learn estate and tax planning strategies, choosing the right IRA, and the ever-important decision when to take Social Security benefits. When you have retirement in sight, sound decisions are critical. Tune in to the Money Hour Radio every Saturday afternoon at 3, right here on AM 560, brought to you by Pierre Shale Financial Group.
Advisor services offered through Pierre Shale Financial Group Incorporated. Pierre Shale Financial Group Incorporated is a registered independent investment advisor.
The new Trump administration could cause explosive moves in the financial markets, and savvy market speculators are rethinking their investment strategy. Are you ready to do the same? At Online Trading Academy, we believe that reaching your financial goals has little to do with who runs the White House and everything to do with who runs your house. That's why it's the best time to learn how to capitalize on opportunities in the financial markets by attending a free half-day class. Call 888-984-8723. That's 888-984-TRADE or visit tradingacademy.com to reserve your seat. You'll discover professional-grade strategies that can help you generate income, grow wealth, and ultimately achieve your why, the things you want most in life. When you register, you'll get the Wall Street Insiders Kit. Valuable investing insights, strategies, and videos absolutely free. Seats are limited, so don't delay. Call 888-984-8723. That's 888-984-TRADE to reserve your seat. That's 888-984-8723. 888-984-TRADE or visit tradingacademy.com.
5:08. Let's get an update on the roads this early morning. Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center time. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Good morning, Mike. Southbound Lakeshore Drive is closed right now. From Belmont to Chicago Avenue, there's been a shooting in that area. So all southbound lanes are blocked. Traffic is diverted off before Belmont. The northbound lanes are open. The shooting happened just over an hour ago. We'll keep an eye on that situation again on the north side of Chicago. Elsewhere, the expressways and tollways are pretty quiet. There is some road work on the outbound Rhine again today. 87th to the split, the 2 left lanes. There's work on the Indiana Toll Road for a 3-mile stretch from Ripley to the Portage exit in the right lane. Traffic is a service of Azul Beach Resort 5's Playa del Carmen, luxury resorts and residences by Charisma. Now until March 31st, Azul Beach Resort the 5's Playa del Carmen starts at $132 per person per night. Book now at bookthefives.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Let's get the latest with our morning meteorologist.
A breezy day with clouds and sun, high 35. Partly cloudy night tonight, low 24. For tomorrow, clouds and breaks of sun, high 41. And at night, becoming mainly cloudy, low 30. Full day of sunshine Friday, high 54. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560. The Answer.
28 at O'Hare, 31 along Chicago's lakefront. Your next news update is at 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Revealed with Randy Barcella. Heard each and every Sunday at 8 a.m. on AM 560, The Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy coming to you live as part of our Signature Bank business tour from Sprovieri's Custom Counters in Addison this morning. Yay,
the word
Sprovieri's.
Sprovieri's.
Yeah, Sprovieri's.
Hey,
You can do your.
Why are you busting my onions over here? I'm trying to get the correct pronunciation of
Sprovieri's. Oh my goodness. That wasn't even close. But it's nice. So all morning, I'm sure, especially when the owners come in, that you can do your slurring of people of, Italian heritage with your cartoonish impersonation.
No, I would never do
No,
that.
of course
That was
not.
Eric Thomas who did that.
Of course not.
Busting your onions, huh?
By the way, I noticed just at the news at the top of the hour there that the rolling dumpster fire that is Chicago is coming to a neighborhood near you.
Getting closer to home. I was going to take southbound Lakeshore Drive to get here, out here to Addison. It was shut down near Fullerton because of police activity. Then I called my friend who's a police officer, and he said, yeah, gang activity's coming to a neighborhood near you.
So there's a
It's getting
shooting
closer.
and
There's a
Lakeshore
shooting
Drive is
on
shut
Lakeshore
down.
Drive. Yep, near Fullerton.
Huh.
So we'll be monitoring that all day in the newsroom. So.
And we'll talk about Chicago violence, with more depressing news. Not only one of the young girls shot over the weekend passing away, but also a toddler shot yesterday, along with two other people. Shot and killed.
In Logandale neighborhood, she was with...
West Lawndale.
West Lawndale, excuse me. She was with her aunt.
North Lawndale.
He was with her aunt and the aunt's gang-banging boyfriend. And the aunt captured it all on Facebook Live. And I don't know if you saw the video, but you could see this cute little innocent 2-year-old kid sitting in the back seat. Then all of a sudden shots ring out, and we'll play it for you later. But it is just unbelievable. It's such a disgusting side of our culture, and I really think we should shut down Facebook Live. Because then I started looking, Dan, at all these Facebook Live events.
If Facebook Live is shut down, people won't be killed in North Lawndale
I think
anymore?
that it's encouraging. It's a look at me mentality. It's this society. Because when you see this, you hear this video, she goes into her mom's house, and she's worried about her phone. Like, Mom, keep shooting this. Don't lose my phone. Instead of, oh, help me, I'm bleeding, I was shot. I don't know if she hadn't been shot, but it's all about keeping the live shot alive. Keeping it real, this is like the ultimate reality TV show. And if you look online, there's a Muslim group that raped a Swedish woman on Facebook Live. We have Jedediah Brown, who's that activist who stormed the stage during the Trump rally here in Chicago. He shut down Lakeshore Drive for 5 hours because he was going to commit suicide. That was all on Facebook Live.
You have those animals who beat up that special needs kid that was on Facebook.
I mean, so where does it stop? Now it's all because she put herself in a position where she knew she might have been targeted by gangbangers, and she's just sitting there rolling. I don't know. There's something wrong with society that we're allowing this, and that we're watching this too.
Well, we're allowing it.
Yeah. Maybe I'm old.
It's a channel.
Traditionalist.
It's a channel of communication. You want to shut down this communication? You want to shut down the internet?
Yeah, we did just fine without Facebook Live. We can survive without Facebook Live.
Well, what we could survive with and what the law should be, I think, are two different things. So I just want to understand. You're talking about a cultural problem that we have. The look at me generation.
Yeah.
As I said before, the selfie is the new tattoo. I cannot defile myself fast enough. But so I agree with that. But you're not actually saying we should make Facebook or Facebook Live illegal.
It should be shut down. The powers that be.
The government should shut down Facebook Live.
The government should shut down Facebook Live. Here's a little bit of that shooting yesterday. And she runs into the house. I don't know where the other part is.
Okay.
Where she runs into her house and she's like, "Mom, keep rolling. Here's my phone." That's the first thing she says.
Well, part of videoing something that's happening in real time in the age of the smartphone is you could actually provide evidence of a crime like that happened, a murder.
Yeah, she didn't capture the shooters though.
Well, but the effort to capture evidence that could be useful in identifying the shooters, I think that's a nice enhancement that technology provides. But I just want to go back again because you're somebody who was a television news reporter.
Mm-hmm.
You're a member of the Fourth Estate.
Yes.
We are in the radio business.
Yes, we
and,
are.
And you want the government to shut down, censor government censorship to shut down Facebook Live.
There's no purpose for it. People, they like to do
copycat. Is that your decision?
That is my final decision.
It sounds like your decision. It's final.
It's been percolating in my brain.
Is this
for
debate
a while.
over? Are you rendering this debate moot?
Well, especially with the Jedediah Brown. I mean, it's this whole look at me, and then one person does it. Now, you don't think there's going to be copycats of people who are going to hold a gun to their head and get all this love online? Don't do it. Prayers for Jedediah Brown. Don't kill yourself. I mean, that's the ultimate narcissistic thing to do. I mean, it's the most selfish thing to do is to kill yourself. But now everyone's going to be doing that, I think. And I think that we're going to see more and more of these Facebook Live shootings. I mean, we've had 3 so far. And then the 4 kids who abused the special needs child.
Well, so what's the standard? I mean, in terms of using a communication vehicle for exploitative purposes, is television ever used for that? So should we shut down television?
Well, reporters are using
other
Facebook Live.
portals on the internet?
Well,
I mean, it's not just Facebook Live. YouTube? What about YouTube?
But YouTube's not live. Like you submit you record something, then you submit it to your YouTube channel. From what I hear from the kiddies, from my son, he's got a YouTube channel and he records it and then he edits it and throws in some flashy stuff and some music and then puts it on. But Facebook Live, reporters are even doing that because I'm friends with Rob Algus and he'll go to a scene and he'll do the interview Facebook Live.
Yeah.
So everybody can see all of the questions if
Should
anyone's
Saturday
watching.
Night Live be shut down?
No, because I don't think there's any.
Well, Sean Spicer thinks it should. No, I'm just kidding. Let's go to Larry and Bartlett. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning, Dan and Amy. I was just wondering if it's our racist, homogenic, homophonic, whatever it is we are called, it's our taxes paying for those Obama phones that are being used to put all that crap on Facebook.
Okay, all right. Thanks for the call, Larry. We'll look into whether that phone was an Obama phone or
Obama
not.
phone. You got me a Obama phone.
That is your favorite impersonation.
I've mastered it over the years. Thank you.
Yeah. So it's, I don't know, who do you, let me ask you this. Who do you like slighting more? African-American women from the low-income neighborhoods
one woman from
or
Ohio.
Or Italians?
I love both.
But well,
you can make fun of the Swedes. Play the Swedish chef from Muppet Show. I don't care. You're in a hurry.
All right. No, I appreciate it. I look, equal opportunity. I'm on board.
Okay.
I'm game for it. Ed in Oak Brook.
Yeah, you know what? Last week you were talking about the media and not reporting all of the stories of Muslim activity and whatever it may be. But if Chicago media would have reported all of the horrendous crimes, the thieves, the violence, you know what? Maybe people would have had a different perception of the police and not consider them the bad guys. And maybe we wouldn't have some kind of commission that wants to prosecute every cop that ever responds negatively to some creep out there. In other words, the public really doesn't even know the horrors that are going on into the city. And you know, with the Facebook Live, I agree with Amy. It's awful. But you know what? At least they're showing what's going on out there, and people are not just burying their heads in the sand. Have a nice day.
Okay, thanks for the call. So is Ed supporting banning Facebook?
Yes, Facebook Live.
We don't want to start having the government decide what you can and cannot post online.
I do.
Well, okay.
I
say
that...
we, I'm just me and the mouse in my pocket. That's because you don't.
Give him a little chair.
and you and Ed differ apparently. I'm going to have to.
Can you at least take it under review?
No, I can't because
But it's a sickening portion of our culture. I mean, it's.
I know, but it's very much like bad speech or hate speech. The cure for it is more speech, not enforced silence, and that's the same thing with Facebook Live. Facebook Live is a neutral communication channel. What's being communicated is representative of our culture, so it's addressing the channel rather than the kind of underlying cultural depravity, the decay. I want to focus on the decay, not the channel, because the channel can be used for good as well. It's neutral. It's the individuals who use it that are not.
Right, are taking advantage of it. I mean, sometimes if you're getting pulled over by police, the woman in Minnesota, remember she Facebook Live, the police officer shooting the driver of the car. Remember that? That was all on Facebook Live. That was my first. I had no idea what Facebook Live was until that. And since then, we've had 4 or 5 shootings, some fatal, some not so fatal, on Facebook Live. And I just think that people are using it as a way to be like the ultimate. They want to be their own reality TV stars.
Yeah, but that doesn't make Facebook. That doesn't make Facebook Live the problem. It makes fallen men and women the problem. Dan and Amy coming to you live, AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour. We're at Sprovieri's Custom Counters in Addison, Illinois this morning.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Aren't we?
Yeah, we're
No,
live. We live stream on YouTube. Well, I mean, we normally do when we're in studio.
Yeah, so stop! Don't get out the gun.
So don't do anything.
Stop pistol whipping
violent
me.
or criminal.
Yeah. Today, breezy and colder than we're used to. Some clouds and sun. A high of 36 degrees, so you're going to need to grab your winter coat. And then tomorrow it's going to be breezy with clouds and sun. Warmer, a high of 42 degrees. Let's go to it in the Alarm Detection Traffic Center. Here's Jim Talamonte, and how's southbound Lakeshore Drive doing?
Well, Amy, we do have updated information. If you and our government overlords will allow me to pass it along, we do have southbound Lakeshore Drive is now closed all the way from Hollywood to Fullerton. So it's entirely shut down. Nobody can get on the drive. From Hollywood down to Fullerton, it's entirely closed, and Police News Affairs now telling us that this was a fatal shooting, a multiple shooting in that area, and at least one fatal. Southbound Lakeshore Drive closed, Hollywood to Fullerton. Northbound, it is open, but there is a heavy police presence in that area. Inbound Bishop Ford Freeway, King Drive. There's a crash on the left shoulder. Traffic's heavy in that area. About a 2 or 3 minute delay on the inbound Ford. And then the Ryan has a 1 or 2 minute delay from Roosevelt to the Circle. The other expressways are good. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Mike Rowe here for 1 hour. Today, Chuck is jogging in place to make a point about energy efficiency.
I thought I was training for a marathon.
He's been at it now for...
3 minutes.
And already he's wearing out.
I'm not.
Your heating and air conditioning systems are a lot like Chuck.
Warm yet somehow cool?
Wheezing, wasting energy, and probably headed for replacement.
You're talking about the air systems, right?
Sure, pal. Sure. Call 1 hour before it's too late.
Can you do the disclaimer for me?
Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
Thanks.
This hourly segment is brought to you by The Lou Bridges Show, a show about the greatest financial crime in history. Saturday mornings at 8 on AM 560, The Answer.
If you save $500,000 in an IRA or 401k, you know it's not really $500,000, right? Because you still have to pay taxes on that money. But here's something that will shock you. Some people will pay through the nose in taxes when they withdraw money from their retirement accounts, while a smart and savvy few will legally pay far less. Could you potentially save thousands of dollars in taxes on your IRA or 401k and keep this money for yourself? Yes, you could. Learn how in a free report called 6 Ways to Tax-Free Income in Retirement from me, Tom Fortino, host of the Alpha Wealth Hour. The free report could save you tens of thousands of dollars. Call 630-873-6326. It's your choice. Pay the IRS or keep this money for yourself. Call 630-873-6326 or visit us on alphawealthgroup.com. That's alphawealthgroup.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, Inc.
Check out the ammo event this weekend at Point Blank Range and Gun Shop. All ammo will be on sale, including 9mm starting at $10.99. Save up to 30% on a great selection of brand name ammo this Friday through Monday. Point Blank Range and Gun Shop offers a state-of-the-art indoor shooting range, an extensive inventory of firearms, and a supportive, knowledgeable team. The ammo event is this weekend at Point Blank Range and Gun Shop. Visit shootpointblank.com for details. Some restrictions may apply.
When I hear realtors boast about servicing a 3-county area or selling a home every 15 minutes, I think, what level of service could their clients possibly be getting? This is Chris Jacobs with Century 21 affiliated in Inverness, and my message is a little bit different. If being a realtor for more than 20 years has taught me one thing, it's that all real estate is local. While I can't say I'm the #1 realtor in the country, I can tell you that over the past 10 years, I've sold more homes in Inverness than anyone else. My team specializes in Inverness, Palatine, and Arlington Heights. We pride ourselves on providing our clients exceptional customer service and local market knowledge. So if you're selling your home or looking to purchase a property in our area, then call me, Chris Jacobs, at 847-401-4859. That's 847-401-4859. or visit us at chrisjacobshomes.com.
Each office independently owned and operated. An equal housing opportunity.
AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy, coming to you live from Sprovieri's Custom Counters in Addison, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour. And the Flynn fallout, the fallout from General Flynn's resignation yesterday, where, or I guess late Monday night, we discussed at length yesterday. There's a couple of layers to this. Certainly what this has done is resuscitate the left's Russian hacking the election meme. Big New York Times spread on this, Thomas Friedman losing his business. We'll get to that. But I want to just start with the explanation that was offered by both Kellyanne Conway and Sean Spicer, because, it seems to me you're going to have these bumps in the road. This will dissipate over the next couple of days. But this is an interesting test case for crisis communications. And Spicer and Kellyanne Conway yesterday were saying two different things.
They need to get on the same page. That's kind of basic PR 101.
It is a problem. I mean, it just speaks to the cohesion of the unit. Here's Kellyanne Conway on Fox and Friends yesterday morning.
What I would say in this case is if you read these reports and then you realize that that in this specific instance, what became unsustainable long-term was just the particular characterization of the contacts between General Flynn and others as he related them to the highest officials in our land. And
okay, fine, right. It becomes a trust issue. That's what we understand to be the Trump administration position. Then Kellyanne Conway on the Today Show with Matt Lauer.
Kellyanne Conway is President Trump's counselor. Kellyanne, good morning to you.
Good morning, Matt.
Yesterday afternoon on MSNBC, you said that Michael Flynn enjoyed the full confidence of the president. Sean Spicer later said the president was evaluating the situation, and then Michael Flynn resigns overnight. Were you out of the loop on this?
No, not at all. Both were true. The president is very loyal. He's a very loyal person, and by night's end, Mike Flynn had decided it was best to resign. He knew he'd become a lightning rod, and he made that decision.
So it was Mike Flynn's decision.
But yet it wasn't his decision.
Not according to Sean Spicer.
We got to a point not based on a legal issue, but based on a trust issue, where the level of trust between the president and General Flynn had eroded to the point where he felt he had to make a change. The president was very concerned that General Flynn had misled the vice president and others.
So it was President Trump's decision, which makes the most sense. Why would Flynn preemptorily provide his resignation? And by the way, Flynn's said some things to the Daily Caller that suggested he was not interested in preemptorily resigning. No. He did it at the behest of the president. But why Kellyanne Conway is saying it's Flynn's decision and Spicer is relaying it to be Trump's, these are inner circle advisors and communication staff. How can they not be on the same page?
Well, they should be. I mean, if that's what they're here to do, to have one congruent, one joint message. Do they even talk to each other, Dan, or what do you think's going on? Because you've been in that political world and the PR world.
Well, maybe that was Melissa McCarthy and not Sean Spicer.
Oh, okay.
And so Spicer was out of the loop. No, I don't know. Look, when you've got you know who the surrogates are going to be. Kellyanne will go do these shows. Sean Spicer's going to do the briefing. Something as simple as the progression that led to the resignation. You would think they'd be on the same page. You would think there would have been communication on the topic, and something is amiss. Janet in Mansfield, Ohio, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hello, Joe.
No, this is Dan and Amy, but you can call Joe in about 10 hours.
We know Joe. Hello.
Okay, Joe, what I want to know is,
Joe, but okay.
Since this all happened prior to Trump's inauguration, how is he at fault for all this fiasco? Was this information made known during the nomination phase? And why didn't the Democrats bring it up then? Obviously, it wasn't a known fact. And how would this relate to anything else compared to Obama and everybody else talking to Iran and all the countries with Trump and Flynn? I don't understand it.
Okay, thanks for the call, Janet. We're going to call all the Joes we know, Walsh, Scarborough, and see if we can get an answer after the news.
So the question wasn't,
Listen
did he
to
do any...
podcast of Dan and Amy from the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
You're the one that gets it done. The person your friends call to see if you can fix it. Brakes? No biggie. Shocks and struts? Simple and straightforward. The catalytic converter heat shield? Come on. If it has wheels, you can make it go. But not having the right part can bring your project to a screeching halt. Problem solved with MyPartsGarage.com. My Parts Garage is not a big box store that needs to wait to get a part in. My Parts Garage is the warehouse that sells wholesale to you. They own the inventory, so your part is always in stock. But wait, there's more. Like free shipping within 24 hours, in-state next-day delivery, or pick it up today at the warehouse. Plus, the customer service is seriously awesome. So the last thing you need to do is drive fast and furiously to find auto parts. With the average driver in Chicago commuting at least 24 miles per day, people are spending more hours in their car than they do at home. Drivers need you, the mechanic. You need MyPartsGarage.com. Lowest prices guaranteed.
Hey, your company's IT partner should be more than just a place you call when you're having computer problems. Today, IT is beyond just hardware and software. IT is about a relationship between technology and the people who work with it. And that's where TurnKey IT is different. They're an IT company and a people company. They help people use IT better. You know, people need help from computers, servers, to cloud-based systems, cybersecurity, advanced phone systems. People also need help finding out what's out there and how to implement exactly what they need, all with the support of an experienced team that resolves issues quickly. People remember the good experience they receive when working with TurnKey IT. Shouldn't your business receive the same white glove treatment? See what other AM 560 listeners already know about TurnKey IT. They're local, reputable, compassionate, experienced. It's easy. Visit turnkey.pro today. TurnKey IT, it just does IT better. Turnkey.pro, that's turnkey.pro. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Is the Russian hacking on par with 9/11 and Pearl Harbor at 5:38?
And why was key information kept from Vice President Pence? But first, let's go into the newsroom and say good morning to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Southbound lanes of Lakeshore Drive have been shut down near Fullerton this morning in Chicago following a shooting. Heavy police activity remains in the area just east of the Lincoln Park Lagoon. Shooting happened early this morning. A silver Lexus vehicle rests in the southbound side of the drive. Chicago police have reportedly removed a body of a victim from the vehicle. No other details have been released. A suspect violation of a Cold War-era arms control treaty by Russia may come up today when Defense Secretary Jim Mattis attends his first NATO meeting in Brussels. House Democrats are pushing for what they call a full investigation of the circumstances surrounding the resignation. Former White House National Security Advisor Michael Flynn, Virginia Senator Mark Warner.
Obviously, you've got an individual that was quite close to the president. He had one story, then he changed his story. That led to a resignation. That raises a whole series of other questions about who he talked to and when did they know.
Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell says it's clear why the president took the action he did.
Any questions as to why the president did what he did ought to be directed to the White House.
Meantime, the New York Times says the Trump campaign and aides in that campaign had repeated contacts with Russian intelligence officials. Senator John McCain, the Republican from Arizona, this morning says he's not happy with the state of play at the Trump White House.
Obviously, there's an administration that is in significant disarray as far as national security is concerned, and they need to fix that.
Meantime, at the White House this morning, the president's activities are focused on California, and he is issuing an emergency declaration for possible failure of a Northern California dam, the Oroville Dam. The emergency declaration allows FEMA and Homeland Security to coordinate disaster relief efforts. Humana pulling out of Obamacare this morning. The health insurer announcing yesterday it will no longer offer insurance in the state marketplaces created by the failing Affordable Care Act. A pair of Chicago police officers are recovering following a car chase. Authorities were trying to stop an SUV late last night in the Lawndale neighborhood when the driver took off. Two officers chasing that SUV collided with an Uber driver on West Roosevelt Road. Both officers are hospitalized this morning in good condition. The news, a service of the Chicago Auto Show. Add the Chicago Auto Show on Snapchat and find out how you can win free tickets to the nation's largest auto show, the Chicago Auto Show, now through the 20th at McCormick Place. Visit Chicago Auto Show's Facebook page for complete rules. 5:35, check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher believes this is just the beginning of the bashing from the left.
They're in a full-fledged attack. It is nonstop, and it's going to get way worse before it gets better. Are you ready for it, or are you afraid people are going to start throwing in the towel? They're going to try to beat him and beat his agenda by wearing us down. We're going to be subjected to this crap day in and day out.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Come by Discount Tire this Friday and Saturday for incredible President's Day deals. Save up to $320 on select tire and wheel packages purchased with Discount Tire credit. Thank you, Discount Tire.
The sounds of an accident. You or a loved one has been injured. Your mind is racing. What happened? Is everyone okay? What now?
I'm Dan Compton of Compton Law Group. We know that at a time like this, you want answers. More importantly, you want justice for what has taken place. If you or a loved one has been injured, please, before you sign something or talk to anyone, call Compton Law Group. This is our specialty, fighting for your rights, fighting for you, and making sure that justice is served. You can reach me at 847-742-6100. That's 847-742-6100. It's my job to make sure that you, your family, and your loved ones are protected and compensated properly. We handle nursing home accidents, car, truck, and motorcycle accidents, construction accidents, and medical malpractice.
When accidents happen, and they will happen, make sure you have Compton Law Group on your side. 847-742-6100 or online at ComptonLawGroup.net. When accidents happen, take the appropriate action with Compton Law Group, located in Elgin and serving all of Chicagoland.
5:37, and a check of the roads in our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. We start on Lakeshore Drive with Jim Talamonte.
Yes, Mike, Lakeshore Drive is now closed southbound all the way from Hollywood, north end to Fullerton, where there was a shooting earlier this morning. All lanes are shut down. There's no access there on the southbound side. On the northbound side, lanes are open, but there's a heavy police presence throughout that area after that shooting. The inbound Bishop Ford Freeway has delays from 111th Street to King Drive. There's a crash in the left lane. 22 minutes, 8094 to the Rhine. And the Rhine has a 4-minute delay coming into downtown. The delay starts at Cermak. And on Stevenson now, traffic is bunching up between State Street and Lakeshore Drive. They've got about a 2 or 3 minute delay there. Traffic is a service of Geico Chicago. The Chicago Geico now has even more ways to save you money. Your local Geico agent is ready to deliver the personal service you need with the savings you love. Call 773-582-AUTO. That's 773-582-AUTO for your local Geico agent. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Breezy and colder, intervals of clouds and sunshine, high near 36. 28 degrees officially at O'Hare, 31 along the lakefront. Your next news update is at 6. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Get Down to Business with Shalom Klein, the show for business and jobs powered by Tandem HR. Heard Sunday evenings at 6.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We're coming to you live from Sprovieri's Custom Counters in scenic Addison, Illinois, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour. We were also in DuPage County last week at Service Master in Downers Grove.
Oh, yeah, where's your little liquor station here?
Yeah, sad. Sad on Bloody Marys this morning for me. I have to do it at 9 o'clock after the show, like normal.
Yes, like normal people.
So here's the question with respect to Flynn's resignation, and we're going to get into the issue of the leaking of the phone intercepts that Flynn, right prior to his resignation, he conducted an interview with the Daily Caller. He said he crossed no lines in his discussion with Russia's ambassador. Mm-hmm. Ultimately, he was most concerned about the stream of leaks to reporters based on classified information. He said, quote, "In some of these cases, you're talking about stuff that's taken off a classified system and given to a reporter. That's a crime." You call them leaks. It's a criminal act. This is a crime. It's not just a wink and a nod, Flynn said. Okay.
Yeah, but he committed the crime or the act. But they seem to be harping on the fact that they're focusing on the leaker rather than the situation.
Well, right. So there is an issue of the leaking of these phone intercepts. There's no question that's an issue. But the question is, if it's the only issue, and if Flynn was the victim of a criminal act and an attempt to politically assassinate him, a successful attempt, it turned out, then why did Trump demand his resignation? Well, you would argue it's the trust issue, right?
Right, and that's what they keep saying. It was about trust, that he had lost his trust. Mike Pence had lost his trust with General Flynn because he was lied to. And honestly, I was thinking more about this. Vice President Pence was the Susan Rice in this situation. He was kept in the dark for 15 days about all of this, and he's the one who had to go on the talk shows and defend General Flynn.
It was strictly coincidental that they had a conversation.
Coincidental that Flynn and the Russian ambassador had a conversation. And then he went on with Sunday Show with Chris Wallace.
Was there any contact in any way between Trump or his associates and the Kremlin or cutouts?
Of course not. Why would there be any contacts between the campaign? Chris, this is all a distraction, and it's all a part of a narrative to delegitimize the election and to question the legitimacy of this presidency.
I mean, I think they made Pence look like a fool because they kept him in the dark. Why not tell Mike Pence?
Well, it gets into a number of issues. The first issue is the issue of the leaking. That's the first issue.
Okay.
And this is what Charles Krauthammer had to say yesterday about this primary issue now that Flynn has resigned.
The fact that there are real big misdeeds in these leaks, but that doesn't exonerate what happened within the Trump administration. There are two stories. One is the internal dysfunction in the Trump White House, the fact that Flynn lied internally, was untrustworthy. But the other story is the scandal of these leaks. Look, we cannot have our intelligence agencies eavesdropping on Americans and releasing it to the press. And it is scary because it means everybody who communicates with a foreigner is subject to being exposed by his own government. We can't have that.
You can't have that, and that's exactly right. Wall Street Journal opining this morning that House and Senate Intelligence Committees ought to include any FISA warrants and leaks as part of their probe, and perhaps the president should declassify any FISA order request and the Flynn transcripts if they don't harm other reputations. Yeah, I'd like to see it. Because what the left is doing with the Flynn fallout is using it as the basis to resuscitate the Russia hacked the election meme. New York Times story that out yesterday. Trump campaign aides had repeated contacts with Russian intelligence.
During the campaign.
Yes.
Yeah.
But important.
CNN's taking credit for that story, too, this morning.
I'm glad for them. Importantly, in the New York Times story, the officials they spoke with, and here we go again with all of the anonymous sources, the officials they spoke with said they have no evidence of whether Trump's campaign team colluded with the Russians. So they're just going to insinuate that occurred. They have no evidence, but it's another breathless story that they're reporting. And let me tell you where this leads, how much the left is salivating, and frankly, how unhinged they continue to be. Listen to Tom Friedman, this time not with a Flintstones metaphor, which is his normal depth of intellect when he opines on the passing scene. Tom Friedman from the New York Times. Listen to this.
And it gets Joe to two other issues. The first is we have never taken seriously from the very beginning Russia hacked our election. That was a 9/11 scale event. They attacked the core of our very democracy. That was a Pearl Harbor scale event. Can you imagine if Hillary Clinton, where Trump was, what the right would be doing on this issue? This goes to the very core of our democracy.
It was a 9/11 event. It was Pearl Harbor, the Russian hacking, or the attempted hacking, because according to Obama administration officials, you'll recall, there was no evidence of impacting the administration of state
electoral votes. They didn't
elections.
hack. They might have tried to influence the election.
Well, they hacked the
didn't
DNC.
They hacked the DNC, but they hacked the RNC too, but they didn't make the RNC emails public.
I don't know why, by the way, this is also coming from, the like Tom Friedman and the like on the left who don't believe in voter fraud to begin with, don't believe it exists. But so we know that Russia hacked the DNC. The intelligence officials that are cited in this New York Times story discovered the paper trail of Trump campaign operatives allegedly communicating with Russian officials, Paul Manafort, Roger Stone, among them. And that's what prompted this further investigation into those campaign aides, former campaign aides in the cases of Manafort and Stone, of course. But why can't we separate, yes, the Russian hacking, Chinese hacking, this is a problem. This is an issue. Cybersecurity is a real issue, and those are enemies of the state, and that should be taken seriously. From the Russia hacked the election, insinuating that whatever Russia did or attempted to do altered the outcome of the election, despite the fact that the Obama administration said it didn't. And all of this leads to the December 29th conversation that ultimately was the source of Flynn's demise with the Russian ambassador about the sanctions that Obama imposed on Russia, minor as they were, jettisoning some Russian spies from the United States in response to the hacking of the DNC. I mean, that's it. That's what we know so far. And if this went somewhere, if Dan Rather's calling this, it could be worse than Watergate. So we've got Tom Friedman saying it's 9/11 and Pearl Harbor, and Dan Rather saying this could be worse than Watergate. I mean, is it really on that scale?
How about having, because I'm sure they're going to have committees on the House and Senate side to investigate this, but how about letting the American people see these transcripts to hear the phone calls? Between the ambassador and General Flynn.
Well,
don't we have right to that information?
No, not necessarily, because this is the whole underlying point is the Wall Street Journal makes that point. Release the transcripts and the FISA warrants, the transcripts, but only if other reputations are not harmed.
Well, they can redact some of it, but I want to see proof that they were actually talking about easing up on Russian sanctions, because I don't know who to trust.
Well, yeah, unnamed sources talking to the Washington Post who characterize the conversation. They don't even really characterize the conversations as easing up. Nobody's made that accusation. These conversations occurred, and as we know, Flynn had conversations with representatives of some 30 other foreign governments, which is not unusual. So this seems to me that you're trying to take, being the left, you're trying to take bits and pieces of information, most of which very few people know, like the content of whatever those intercepts is, and stitch together this conspiracy theory and then demagogue it such that you try and whip up the left to believe that this is evidence of some kind of 9/11, Pearl Harbor, Watergate infliction of destruction on the core of our democracy, as Thomas Friedman was bloviating. It's boy. I mean,
do you think the leaker is Sally Yates, Attorney General, or you don't?
I have no idea, but I'm not going to speculate on leakers. The point is, this is what journalism has become. There is no evidence to support any of this. It's all insinuations, and buried in the hysterics is we don't have any evidence. Kevin in Hickory Hills. Hey, Kevin, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Morning. Hey, I was wondering, where's all this outrage about Jan Schakowsky's husband and the Veritas tapes that showed that they were
attempting to commit voter fraud.
Trump, right, and the riots are causing riots at Trump rallies with people they were paying to show up caused trouble and everything else. Where was the all the outrage about that?
Yeah, thanks for the call, Kevin. Dan and Amy coming to you live from Sprovieri's Custom Counters, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
The more you listen, the more you'll know. This is Chicago's Morning Answer. On AM 560, The Answer.
My name is David Hochberg, Vice President Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're purchasing a home, give me a call. A borrower called me after contacting the lender who boasts about having the lowest rates and closing costs because he thought my competitors' closing costs were excessively high. I compared loan estimates and the interest rates were identical, but our definitions of low closing costs were a lot different. Fact is, my closing costs were over $1,000 less than the lender claiming to have the lowest closing costs. When purchasing a home, you can either work with the lender who talks about low closing costs, or you can work with me, a lender who actually has low closing costs. Then think of all the things you could do with an extra $1,000 when we originate your loan, like pay for the movers, buy a new computer, new TV, maybe new carpet for your new house. I've helped thousands of AM 560 listeners, but I can't help if you don't call 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage, an equal housing lender, Illinois Residential Mortgage License T 4358, and MLS 19186.
Text from 608, anonymous sources at the heart of press accountability issue. When I worked copy desk, that was a red flag for me. It was also a red flag for Bernie Judge, venerable Chicago journalist. And if you want to get a review of his take on the state of journalism after 50 years in the business, you can find that interview that I conducted with Bernie Judge at upstream-ideas.com, along with 60-second commentaries this week on the New Trier Race Day seminar, as well as 2-minute warnings. This week focused on A.N. Pritzker Elementary Library and why parents can't volunteer to staff that library. Podcasts of Illinois Rising, our Sunday program that focuses on state of Illinois politics and policy. This week reviewing the governor's budget address. It's all at upstream-ideas.com.
Gatto Industrial Platers, Inc. is the specialist in zinc and zinc nickel plating. Gatto is big, they're good, and they're easy to work with. Their high production rack plating line has up to a 15-foot capacity to handle any zinc plating requirement. Gatto's 210,000 square foot facility can process 300 tons per day and offers complete custom packaging with available pickup and delivery in the Chicago metro area by Gatto's own fleet of trucks. All of Gatto's products are inspected and certified to ensure that each customer is receiving the best and most cost-effective plating protection. Gatto is home to King Kong, the largest zinc plating line in North America that can zinc plate parts up to 27 feet long and weighing up to 10,000 pounds. For a quote and fast 24 to 48-hour service, call George Gatto Jr. or George Gatto Sr. at 1-800-290-1223. That's 1-800-290-1223. 1-800-290-1223.
When it comes to probiotics, let's separate the facts from fiction. Fact, only a handful of probiotic strains have ever been clinically shown to support human health. Fact, you're probably wasting your hard-earned money on that popular probiotic that just isn't up to par. Fact, the two most beneficial strains are the NCFM and the BI07 strains. And with over 200 research studies published, a special blend of these two probiotic strains are found in every bottle of our Restore and Renew, R&R for short. Clinical studies have shown the many established health benefits of taking R&R, which include vital support of our gastrointestinal tract and our immune system. R&R is backed by Metagenics ID guarantee for purity, clinical reliability, and predicted safety, making R&R your smart choice in probiotic supplementation. So get your bottle of R&R by calling our HealthQuest radio hotline, 800-794-1855, 800-794-1855. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA and are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
If you're planning for the future and focused on growing your portfolio, pay attention to this message. Are you properly positioned to take advantage of changing markets? The Investor Education Institute is conducting a 3-session course on how to spot potential wealth-building opportunities. Call 800-504-8505 right now because these courses are limited to 20 attendees per session and can sell out quickly. You'll learn about the differences between passive and proactive investment strategies, something the big Wall Street firms typically won't teach you. Most importantly, you'll have access to the cutting-edge research, market studies, and proprietary software to help you determine market trends and potential turning points. These tools are designed to help you seek out potential wealth-building opportunities, help you avoid areas of risk, and eliminate decisions based on fear and emotions. Take back control of your financial future. Call the Investor Education Institute right now at 800-504-8505 before this event sells out. That's 800-504-8505. Or register online at instituteforinvestors.com.
Hi, I'm Tom Sadeka, President and CEO of Precision Payroll of America. I'm reaching out to you today and asking you to take a look at your business relationships from a different angle. Have you ever wondered what organizations and causes your vendors support? I have, and it's eye-opening. Our nation is divided, and normal, traditional values are coming under attack by heavily financed aggressors. I can tell you that we do not and will never support hood and matter. We do support our veterans, our students fighting for truth, and yes, AM 560. If you currently use or need a payroll service, please let's meet. If you have no need, please consider the other advertisers on this station, as we are all fighting the same fight and we need to unite. To work together, call me at 630-242-1507. That's 630-242-1507. On the web at precisionpayroll.com. Let's talk, let's meet, let's unite.
5:57. Let's check our roads this morning in our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Very latest now with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. It's a major issue on the north side of Chicago for police and for traffic implications. Southbound Lakeshore Drive is closed from Hollywood all the way to Fullerton after an early morning shooting. There's no access to southbound Lakeshore Drive until you get down to North Avenue. As people wake up and discover this, we're seeing more congestion now on the arterial streets around Lakeshore Drive. In fact, on Inner Lakeshore Drive, southbound, we're seeing delays from Lawrence to Montrose, so stay out of this area if you can. Northbound, the drive is open. Edens is fine. Inbound Kennedy, heavy Foster to Central, 21 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 20. The Eisenhower, 32 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop, outbound still fine. Stevenson, 40 minutes, 3:55 to the drive. The Ryan, 23 minutes, 95th to downtown. Bishop Ford, 33 minutes, 8094 to the merge. Traffic is a service of LifeLock. Grabbing coffee or breakfast, if you swipe your card, you leave a trail of digital information thieves can use to steal your identity. Fear of LifeLock, their U.S.-based team of specialists help resolve identity theft problems. Go to LifeLock.com now. Use promo code RISK to save 10%. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues after Fox News. First, your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Here's Kevin Snyder.
Breezy and colder today with intervals of clouds and sunshine. High today 35. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 24. Tomorrow, clouds and breaks of sun, high 41 and a low 30. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
The news, a service of Verizon. Unlimited gets the network it deserves, and so do you, Verizon. They're doing Unlimited the Verizon way without compromising reliability on the largest, most advanced 4G LTE network in America. At 5:59, here are the stories we're following this morning on AM 560, The Answer. The southbound lanes of Lakeshore Drive remain shut down near Fullerton following a fatal shooting. Heavy police activity remains in that area. No one in custody following a Chicago shooting that killed a toddler and a man and wounded a pregnant woman. Illinois Governor Bruce Rauner proposes his third annual budget that is very likely to be shelved by the legislature, just like the first two. There has not been a state budget, balanced or unbalanced, in the state since July of 2015. One of the two girls shot in the head in separate weekend shootings on Chicago's South Side has died. The Cook County Medical Examiner's Office says the 11-year-old Takaya Holmes died early Tuesday at Comer Children's Hospital. Chicago sports, Doug McDermott and the Bulls turn back the Raptors 105-94. We'll have a full forecast after Fox and more. Dan and Amy up next. WIND Chicago News Time.
Fox
6.
News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. Republicans want to plug the leaks coming out of U.S. intelligence.
It violates the law. It's clearly wrong. And again, more should be said about that. So vote. That should be pursued right to the end.
Congressman Peter King leaked Phone call details helped lead to Michael Flynn resigning as National Security Advisor for misleading the White House about his discussions with Russia's ambassador before President Trump took office. Now more leaks are being reported in the New York Times related to Russia and the Trump campaign. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, the Times story claims President Trump's former campaign manager, Paul Manafort, and other aides had contact with Russian intelligence officials during the presidential campaign. The story cites sources as saying U.S. intelligence agencies intercepted the communications as they investigated possible collusion, but also notes that no evidence of collusion has been found. Manafort says he called the report absurd and says he's never knowingly spoken with Russian intelligence officers. Dave?
Rachel, Democrats want more answers about the Flynn resignation, calling for an independent investigation to probe possible criminal action.
This is a raging example of a president who is incompetent, reckless, and strategically incoherent.
House Minority Leader Nancy Pelosi, a new Fox News poll has America split on President Trump. 48% approve, 47% do not. And when it comes to the president's blocked executive order halting travel from 7 mostly Muslim countries deemed terror risks,
46% approve, 52% disapprove. Even so, we find more voters think that the action makes the U.S. safer.
Fox polling director Dana Blanton. Defense Secretary Jim Mattis will hold talks with our NATO allies today. Recent Russian aggression might be a topic, including deploying a new cruise missile the U.S. says violates a nuclear treaty. Are you safe behind the wheel? AAA reports 88% of young drivers 19 to 24 admit they've either been speeding, texted while driving, or run a red light in the past 30 days. Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Do you own or run a business in Illinois that succeeded in this challenging economic environment? If so, we want to hear about it. AM 560's Business Tour 2017, presented by Signature Bank, will be highlighting business success stories. Tell us your story and be a part of a live broadcast of Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy. Find out more and submit your information at 560theanswer.com/business. That's 560theanswer.com/business.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Empowered Investing, the show dedicated to investors. Heard Saturdays at noon right here on AM 560, The Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We are coming to you live this morning from Sprovieri's Custom Counters in Addison, Illinois.
Sprovieri's.
Hey, this is part of the AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour over by there.
It's a really nice place here. I went into
beautiful.
the showroom and stepped in this new shower they have, but they sell top-of-the-line granite, Corian. There's everything that you could ever want here, Dan, for your place or for your shower. If you want to spruce up your bathroom, it's your little pie in the sky. You can get some stuff here.
As you know, I live in a facsimile of the Fortress of Solitude, so my place is completely composed of Kryptonian crystalline.
Oh, okay.
So I'm good, but these countertops are very, very nice.
Yeah, and now quickly, I know we have a lot of news to get to today, but how was your Valentine's Day?
It was nice. Usual day of pampering by me for me. The thing that guys do: rose petals, candlelit bath that I drew for myself, curled up with a good book.
Did you set a fire in the fireplace?
And then, Afghan, gallon of Haagen-Dazs, and watched, one of those...
girly movies? Did you watch Beaches?
I want to watch like one of those, Matthew McConaughey movies that makes me cry because the acting's so bad.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, how about yourself?
Well, thank you for asking.
Yeah.
After another Blaine Blue Jays victory, buzzer beater at the end of the game, I went home and had myself a Hot Pocket and then took a shower.
Yeah, that's nice. I
splurged. I had a pepperoni pizza Hot Pocket instead
Ladies,
of the ham and cheese.
Don't be jealous. Don't be jealous. Not even like nobody even gets you like the Jane Seymour that cheesy necklace that she's always hawking for Zales or something.
No. My kids didn't get me anything, but that's all right. I told them I don't want anything for Valentine's Day, and I didn't say it like go get me something for Valentine's Day. I mean, I really meant you don't have to get me anything because I don't think boys should buy their moms things for Valentine's Day. It's a little creepy.
Yeah, that is creepy.
A little creepy.
I wonder what Donald Trump got Ivanka.
Oh!
Like we normally say with the Cubs, wait till next year.
Yeah.
We do have to get to some more substantive things than our depressing Valentine's days, respectively. So I just want to pick up on the discussion we were having about journalism before Mike Scott's newscast. Very good piece in Newsweek by Michael Wolff. We've talked about Michael Wolff before. He's not a conservative. He's not a Trump acolyte. But he is a journalist, and he is rather stunned at what has become of his profession with the advent of the Trump presidency. He's got a very good piece, and this flows right from the New York Times piece that everybody's talking about this morning with the probing of former Trump campaign aides for communication with Russia, allowing Dan Rather and Fred Flintstone Friedman to lose their business and start saying this is Watergate, this is 9/11, this is Pearl Harbor with respect to the left's Russia hacked the election meme. The piece that Wolff has in Newsweek is entitled Where the Times Falls on Trump, talking about the New York Times. The concluding line is the money line. From the New York Times' increasing view, you are either for Trump, a moral no man's land, or you are against him. There is no journalism in between. I think that's right. Gerard Baker, who is the editor of the Wall Street Journal, he had a powwow in his newsroom this week where he chastised his reporters who were complaining privately, that wound up in print, that he was not taking the aggressive posture towards Trump that, say, the New York Times was. That he was telling reporters, to tone down the judgmental rhetoric and just report the facts, what we know to be true, what we can verify. And he had some rebellion in his newsroom. Very interesting, because this is what...
Well, that's what you're supposed to do, report the facts. You're not supposed to insert your opinion. And you're supposed to get, are you ready for this? Both sides of the story. And if you can't get both sides of the story, say that you reached out to such and such and such and such. You're waiting for a reply. I mean, that's responsible journalism.
Yeah. So Baker pressed the style point of not loading the discussion of the immigration ban, for example, by referring to the sanctioned countries as Muslim-majority countries. And he has been criticized by his peers, as they are, in the New York Times and elsewhere. But Wolff makes the point that, what Baker is doing at the Wall Street Journal with respect to his reporters is the standard way to cover a president. Wolff writes, don't editorialize, give the White House spokesperson the benefit of the doubt, dispute the story if you need to, but don't necessarily make the story about the dispute. Important distinction. Hold your fire, don't let personal views into the story. But that's all gone with so much of the D.C. press corps, even any pretense of it that the effort that they tried to put on in previous Republican administrations, or even the New York Times public editor famously writing after the election, we're going to go try and meet some of these conservatives and Trump voters and figure out what makes them tick and try and be even-handed in our reporting. That's all out the window. Dan in Moments, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi, Dan and Amy. How you doing?
Good.
Good.
Hi, I just wanted to touch on something that seems like gets overlooked when we talk about what may or may not have an effect on the election itself. Not so much the hacking and the release of the information and emails. I mean, if somebody was to write an email about something illegal or unethical, and I mean, they can't be mad that it gets released. But that being said, the other aspect that may have had an actual effect due to low information voters would be the flood or onslaught of fictitious news stories spread across social media.
Okay.
In my opinion, though, that's that's just people should take the initiative and actually look into things. But this is all new to the United States of America, I guess, and people are are not doing that. And, things like, people being held hostage in the basement of a pizza place somehow becomes
the
reality.
comments piece. Yes, right. Yeah, thanks for the call, Dan. Appreciate it.
Do you trust the story that's out this morning from the New York Times and CNN saying that Trump advisors spoke often to Russian operatives during the campaign, during the time that the DNC was being hacked?
Well,
that's
look,
like this big bombshell this morning.
Per Dan from Moments, and with respect to fake news, I always abide the admonition of Abraham Lincoln, who said, "Don't believe everything you read on the internet."
When's this internet thing going away?
So I also want to put the Flynn matter in some context.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's such hysteria. David Harsanyi has a really good piece in the Federalist talking about how the resistance is helping Trump. You may not like Trump. You may have voted for Trump and maybe not like him personally or be queasy about some of the things he says and does. But remember, this is a choice, and what the Democrats are giving as a choice is Elizabeth Warren and Nancy Pelosi and Senate Minority Leader Pagliacci and the genitalia-wearing, pants-dropping professional agitators. So, if that's the resistance, then I'm going to at least give Donald Trump a long runway to see what he does. That's essentially Harsanyi's point. I think that's right, and I also think the hysteria that this Flynn resignation is, the end of the Trump presidency before it started. Do people really believe that? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. It's always nice to get a little bit of historical perspective, and Michelle Malkin provides some on this topic at realclearpolitics.com. Going back to the first 100 days of the Obama administration, so long ago, nobody remembers.
Like eons ago.
One of the things, this being in me, one of the things is we tend to get into this, this is things have to be groundbreaking. This has to be earth-shattering, and you just live and die in the daily news cycle, and you don't pull back and provide some tempering based on have we been here before? Has this stuff happened before? Do we have all the facts gathered? It's got to be kind of jump to make this sensational.
Well, yeah, it's the first national security advisor to resign within 2-3 weeks of the presidency.
Yeah, but how about the withdrawal of President Obama's pick for National Intelligence Council chairman?
Oh, I refreshed my memory.
Well, this is Michelle Malkin's piece. It's nice historical framing from Malkin. In March of 2009, he had tapped the former U.S. ambassador to Saudi Arabia for this position, despite conflicts of interest, including with Saudi Arabia, serving on the board of the China National Offshore Oil Company, also saying things like Israel lobby, quote unquote, so saying some questionably anti-Semitic things as well. Ultimately, he's gone. He was gone. This is first 100 days. By this time in Obama's first term, Malkin goes on to point out, former Democrat New Mexico Governor Dollar Bill Richardson, remember him?
Mm-hmm.
Quite the ladies' man.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
He had withdrawn as Commerce Secretary nominee after both liberals and conservatives protested his long record of corruption and incompetence. Right. Another Beltway barnacle. From Malkin again, former Democrat Senator and Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle.
Oh, yeah, I remember, yeah.
Forced to withdraw his nomination as Obama's Health and Human Services Secretary amid conflicts of interest and tax avoidance. Remember Treasury Secretary Tim Geithner.
Oh, that's right.
Who blamed TurboTax and his inability to use it for his failure to pay $43,000 in federal self-employment taxes for 4 years.
Just a little error, Dan. I mean, just a little mishap, a little bump in the road there.
I mean, so, Geithner and Richardson and Freeman and Daschle, this was all in Obama's first 100 days? Were these same people running around decrying the sky that was falling upon their heads, that America is in flames, the administration is over before it started, there's a trust deficit, all of these things, because of those, what turned out to be ultimately hiccups along the way with personnel decisions and and poor judgment calls by some of the people that were elevated for nomination, perhaps some poor vetting on behalf of the Obama transition team? Was there such hysteria? I don't recall it.
I don't either. They didn't make it a big deal.
And, of course, the media doesn't recall any of it.
Well, they were in love with Obama. They were starstruck. I mean, they were just sitting like, yes, sir. Oh, he's so dreamy. Oh, he's so different. He's our first African-American president.
And
I mean, really, they were falling all over themselves.
Precisely. And isn't that the real difference?
Well, yeah, because
between
now,
then and now?
They see Trump as cantankerous and Spicer's. They're going to attack him anytime with a lectern, just like they do on Saturday Night Live.
Oh, they don't see Trump as cantankerous. They see him as Hitler.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's how unhinged is the left, and thus Harsanyi's piece in The Federalist, that the resistance in its current form is one of the things that's buoying Trump even as he runs into some of these early-term complications. Dan and Amy, coming to you live from Sprovieri's Custom Counters in Addison, AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer singer Joy Villa is receiving death threats. And could Kid Rock run for Senate? But first, here's your forecast today. It's going to be colder than we're used to. You're going to have to get out your winter coat and maybe some gloves because we're going to have a high today of 36 degrees, and it will be breezy. And then tomorrow, breezy and clouds and sun. It's going to heat up again, a high of 42 degrees. Let's get into our alarm detection system. Traffic Center, Southbourne Lakeshore Drive is still closed from Hollywood to Fullerton. Here's Jim Telemonte with the answer.
That's right, Amy. It is closed entirely from Hollywood to Fullerton. So on the north side of Chicago, your first opportunity heading southbound to get on southbound Lakeshore Drive is at North Avenue. Arterial streets are jamming up as people are waking up and becoming aware of this. On the inner drive southbound, we're seeing delays Lawrence to Montrose, so avoid that area if possible. Northbound, it is open, and there are no significant delays at all. Inbound Bishop Ford, that's a mess from 130th to King Drive with a crash in the left lane. It's been there a while, so it's 46 minutes from 8094 to the right. Outbound 5 at 15. You can use I-57, which has no delays, or Torrance Avenue. They're much better than the Ford Freeway. Eden's 20 minutes like Cook to Montrose, outbound 19. Kennedy, 25 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound it's 21. The Eisenhower, 36 minutes, Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 30. Stevenson, 42 minutes, 355 to the drive. The Ryan, 23 minutes, 95th to downtown. Tollway's good for now. I'm Jim Talamonte, the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
No more excuses, gentlemen. It's a new year, and you need to stop putting things off, especially when it comes to taking care of your health. Dan Proft here. I know we all hate going to the doctor. That's why Low T Center makes it quick and easy to get your testosterone levels checked. You walk in, take a simple blood test, and with the convenience of their on-site lab, you'll know your results in about 20 minutes. So if you're drinking coffee or energy drinks just to get through the day, or if you always feel like you need a nap, you may have low T. Low T levels can make you feel tired and grumpy, raise your cholesterol, and cause weight gain. I personally recommend going to my friends at Low T Center. They accept most health insurance, are in-network for most providers, and have flexible hours, including Saturday, so don't hesitate to find out what your number is this new year. I'm sure glad I did. Call my friends at Low T Center and tell them I sent you. 630-409-4305. That number again, 630-409-4305. Call Low T Center at 630-409-4305 or visit them online at lowtcenter.com.
Calling all business owners. Are you running your business without being incorporated? If you answered yes, you are now eligible to incorporate in just 10 minutes. It's a quick incorporation event from Incorporate.com, designed to save small business owners from the risk of losing everything. Just call this number for your free 10-minute incorporation guide, 1-800-700-6044. If you're not incorporated, it's not just your business that can be sued, it's you too, which means you could lose everything. Your home, your car, even your life savings. That's why small business owners across the country are now scrambling to incorporate during this event. Call now for your free 10-minute incorporation guide while supplies last. 1-800-700-6044. Incorporate.com doesn't provide legal or financial advice. They just make incorporating or forming an LLC quick and easy. But hurry and call now while they're still giving these 10-minute incorporation guides away for free. Call 1-800-700-6044.
That's 1-800-700-6044.
Are you facing foreclosure, been foreclosed upon, in a bad modification, or just stuck in a bad mortgage? Well, we may be able to help you. My name is Lou Bridges. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Lou Bridges & Associates. We've been helping distressed homeowners like you for over 8 years now. We defend foreclosure actions. We bring claims against the banks and the servicers for wrongful foreclosure and other violations of mortgage servicing regulations. And we help people negotiate modifications of their existing mortgages, often including principal reductions. Give us a call. We provide free consultations. I guarantee you it will not be a sales pitch. We will give you our honest analysis, counsel, and advice regarding your options.
Hi, this is Rayanne from Lou Bridges & Associates. I am one of the loan modification processors here, and if you are in need of any additional information in regard to a loan modification, please contact the office.
Go to bridgeslaw.net or call 224-513-1231. That's 224-513-1231.
Remember, people, never give up the land. Fight for truth and justice. You do that, and I guarantee you'll never be alone.
A storm is on the horizon, and you need to keep the lights on no matter what. Your business relies on the power being on 24/7. It's the lifeblood of your data and computer systems. Weather-related outages from the power company are not acceptable. Your need for a source of power that's reliable 24/7, along with round-the-clock service that can dispatch technicians to your site immediately, is mission critical. Your business needs Charles Equipment Energy Systems on speed dial. These are the big boys, not residential or solar, but reliable industrial generators for emergency backup or events. When you need more than a 100-foot extension cord plugged into a small engine generator, call Charles Equipment Energy Systems. They keep the lights on with rental generators for job sites or power outages. Stay warm this winter. Plan ahead. Call now to prepare generators for winter storms and potential power outages. Call 630-834-6000. That's 630-834-6000 or charlesequipment.com. charlesequipment.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We're coming to you live. AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour. Today we are in Addison at Sprovieri's Custom Counters. Now,
Sprovieri's.
Yes, now I've been saying Sprovieri.
Sprovieri's. And it's Sprovieri.
And I haven't been insulting people of Italian heritage like you have. Hey, this is spicy meatball. I haven't been doing that. Sprovieri, we just asked Mr. Sprovieri.
Chuck.
Yeah.
Who's got a
As you
top
are allowed
from,
to call him. I am allowed to call him Mr. Sprovieri.
And by the way, it's a top on from Nordstrom that your stylist should have picked out for you.
It's called a blouse.
That is very, it's
very stylish.
Stylish, yes.
He's a snappy dresser. Here's the thing. We were having a bit of a linguistics discussion during the break.
Mm-hmm.
Sprovieri is the original proper pronunciation. That's why I've been pronouncing it that way, because I'm from the old country.
Oh, okay.
Now it's been Americanized to Sprovieri.
Okay.
All
Thank
right?
you.
Do we square on this now?
You get, yeah.
All right.
Stop busting my onions
Hey,
over here, right?
Some gabagoo. We were talking about you've got some breaking news on the shooting.
Well, the shooting happened at 345 on Lakeshore Drive. Apparently, a silver Lexus pulled up to another vehicle that had 3 people in it. The shooter was from the Lexus, shot into the car, killed the driver, who was a known gang member, and the other people in the car survived. So they're looking for the driver of a silver Lexus.
And that was
it happened right by the lagoon, right by Lincoln Park Zoo on Lakeshore Drive.
Were any animals harmed?
No, not that
okay,
we know.
then
So
nobody cares. We were talking about the resistance and how the resistance, as they term themselves, is actually aiding and abetting Trump's political and policy interests. Let's go to Holly and Hudson. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning. Here's why I know the resistance is stupid. And starting with Pelosi and Maxine Waters, calling for the impeachment of Trump already and getting that drum roll, they have not thought this through, because in their mind, they have to believe that Trump is very beatable in 2020. Why not placate him and walk away with an election instead of having to deal with Pence, who I feel is the real MVP of this administration, this cabinet? He's holding this together. He comes across as so sensible. Mm-hmm. And after Trump lowered the bar so much for the GOP, I think the world would love, the GOP world would love to have a Pence running in 2020. That's just my opinion, and I think the resistance just hasn't thought this through. Be careful what you wish for.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for the call, Holly. I mean, look.
I think Donald. Oh, sorry.
I mean, I just the whole impeach. I mean, first of all, Maxine Waters leading anything is laughable. I mean, the idea that she's going to spearhead this based on, I mean, she thinks Russia invaded Korea.
Right.
So, I mean, the quality of the intellect you're dealing with there with Maxine Waters, not much to fear. That's another good example of how the resistance is aiding and abetting Trump. The impeachment talk is
that started even before he took office, but there's nothing there yet to impeach him.
Hysteria.
I know they look a little silly, but I will tell you from looking at Donald Trump and watching him the past 3 weeks, which I can't believe it's been 3 weeks. It feels like 2 years already. I don't know how long he is for this job. Okay. I mean, I honestly think in 2 years he'll hand it over to Mike Pence, just say, or come up with an illness, or just say, he wants to go back to running his businesses. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. Am I crazy, Dan?
Yes. Okay, now that we've settled that, I want.
No, you heard people are talking about that all the time, that he's going to come up with some illness, or he'll just resign because the gravity of the office is it gets a little tedious and a little tiresome, and he looks a little bored. I mean,
I don't know about that. I look at all these kind of this whimsy that surrounds Trump. He's going to do this. He's going to do that. I'm trying to predict predict the unpredictable, I suppose. There's a lot tied into Donald Trump's personal brand, being president of the United States. He wants to be successful. He wants to accomplish things. That's something that certainly has punctuated his life.
He's a winner.
He doesn't seem to me somebody that walks away from a fight. I think that's been made fairly clear to this point, to his detriment almost sometimes, both in extending fights unnecessarily, and there's myriad examples of that. But the idea that, oh, gosh, this is boring, I'm going to walk away from being the most powerful man in the world? No. This guy? No.
This guy?
No. By the way, on the Trump thing, though, too, just in terms of talking about the resistance, these stories about the high school for adults, Tiffany Trump, no one would sit next to her at some fashion show. All the fashion designers were.
Oh, that's right. They're in New York for Fashion Week.
Yeah. And nobody wants to sit next to Tiffany Trump. So they're scrambling like this is a lunchroom. These stories, who do you think they help? You think they help Senate Minority Leader Pagliacci? You think any more than do the P-hats? I mean, this one, too. Upper East Side moms are having a spirited online debate over whether to boycott a school where a grandchild of President Trump is a student.
Oh, come on.
They will be in the same... I'm serious.
These are kids. Leave them alone.
They will be in the same classroom, and I don't think I can deal with this. Birthday parties, etc. I'm not kidding. You almost have to decline. It sounds like it will drive you crazy. You want to spend 9 years worried that darling son is getting infected with Trumpism. I mean, it's just... These people are exposing themselves for who they really are. So
they're in the intolerant left, who's supposed to be tolerant of all of us. I mean, I can't even tell people who I voted for because I don't want to lose my volunteer job at school. I don't want to be shunned. I mean, I already have no friends. My friends are gone. But still,
you're like
the only friends I have are 5th and 6th grade girls right now.
You're like Chadwick Moore. You're going to be introduced to a whole new circle of friends, and your life is going to be much richer as a result. Let me tell you. But I mean, think about this. Not only the intolerant left, the infantile left. I'm not sitting next to Tiffany, and I'm not sending Junior to any school where Trump grandkid. Honestly, grow up. These are putative adults behaving like this. Candace in DuPage County.
Good morning, Amy. I'll be your friend.
Oh, see, look at that.
She lives so far away. I have friends on my street.
We're in DuPage County right now.
Casinos are terribly off. Remember the odds for Hillary? Okay, the newspapers and media were totally off. So, I mean, I feel like this 2-week thing. It's been 2 weeks, and all I saw last night on Fox News was Rob Reiner He's so fat and disgusting.
Meathead.
Crying over impeachment, and I just want to punch him in the face through the TV. And it's like, I mean, at what point though will Trump? I think one thing. Did you read that Conservative Review article that came out last night? And it said 8 things he needs to do now. He really does need to do those 8 things. Instead of tweeting, he needs to go in front of a podium with a planned speech and say, "This is what's going on, folks." But not every day. I'm tired of seeing Kellyanne every day. She looks exhausted. Can they get somebody else in there like Dana Perino to help her out? I mean, they need to have a little bit, but they're always wrong. The casinos are wrong. The newspapers are wrong. I don't think they're going to be doing anything too careless to be getting impeached.
Thanks for the call, Candace, and thanks for being Amy's friend.
Yeah, they did roll out Stephen Miller over the weekend.
Yeah.
That went okay. Lauren Michaels now might play him on Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, and there's a meme going around that the New York Times retweeted with his head on a spike. Yeah, fun times. Dan and Amy coming to you live from Sprovieri's Custom Counters in Addison, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
Connect with Dan and Amy on the AM 560 The Answer mobile app. Just text the word app to 64636 to download the app today.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
There's absolutely no doubt in my mind that this product works. I even recommended it to my mother, and she's been taking it, and she's 89 years old.
Makes me feel good. It really does. I could feel a change in my well-being, let's put it that way.
So far, it has helped my irritable bowel. So I'm just praying that it just keeps going, because you don't know. This was a dreadful thing. Dreadful.
Balance of Nature is celebrating its 20th anniversary by providing you the best offer they've ever given. 2 free months of fruits and veggies and free shipping. Call now for details. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
Balance of Nature, you guys are awesome. God bless you.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We're going to talk to former intelligence officer Dr. David Grantham about the Flynn flap at 6:36.
And later, why Harrison Ford should lose his pilot license for good. But first, let's go into the newsroom and get the latest on that shooting on southbound Lakeshore Drive. Here's Mike Scott.
27 degrees, clear skies. Authorities are searching for suspects following a shooting on Lakeshore Drive in Chicago. Police saying a man driving a Lexus vehicle early this morning when someone in another vehicle shot him near Fullerton, causing his car to slam into a median. The victim was pronounced dead at the hospital. 2 others in the vehicle were not hurt. Chicago Mayor Rahm Emanuel says the feds will be in Chicago next week, continuing their work with the Chicago Police Department. The Justice Department is visiting following a report by the agency that found systemic problems within that department. Democrats in the U.S. House want a full investigation into the events leading up to the resignation of National Security Advisor Michael Flynn. Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer wants an independent and transparent investigation into now former Flynn's work.
His resignation raises more questions than it answers, and the American people deserve to know the truth. The Trump administration has many serious questions to answer.
President Donald Trump asked for Flynn's resignation amid growing questions about Flynn's talks with Russians about sanctions. A pair of police officers are recovering following a crash and car chase in Chicago. Authorities were trying to stop an SUV last night in the Lawndale neighborhood when the driver took off. The officers took up the chase, and the SUV then collided with an Uber driver in the 1500 block of West Roosevelt Road. Chicago sports, Bulls beat the Raptors 105-94. College hoops, number 20 Notre Dame rallied in the second half after failing in the first, and they end up picking up a win over Boston College 84-76. The news, a service of LifeLock, grabbing coffee or breakfast. If you swipe your card, you leave a trail of digital information thieves can use to steal your identity. Ever hear of LifeLock? Their U.S.-based team of specialists help resolve identity theft problems. Go to lifelock.com now. Promo code RISK, save 10%. 6:34, we'll have a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager is sympathetic to teachers.
Most teachers care about their students. They also care about their incomes. They're really between a rock and a hard place, most teachers. If the issue is what is good for children, the teachers' unions are despicable. If the issue is what's good for my income, the teachers' unions are angels. That's really what a teacher has to confront. If you know only one thing about life, know that whatever the left touches, it wrecks.
The Dennis Prager Show, weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
You need to switch your cell phone service to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile was founded to support conservative causes while providing the same great nationwide cell phone coverage that you're already used to enjoying. Patriot Mobile allows you to donate up to 5% of your monthly bill to the conservative organization of your choice at no extra cost to you. Do what I'm doing. Do like me. Switch to Patriot Mobile and support the conservative agenda. Switch today and get a free iPhone with a $50 unlimited talk, text, and data plan, or a free Galaxy phone with a $45 unlimited talk, text, and data plan. They will also buy out your current contract up to $500 per line. There's no catch. Call 800-A-PATRIOT, and Patriot Mobile will even waive your activation fee with promo code Joe. Or go to patriotmobile.com/Joe.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas, great coffee, period.
Hi, I'm Mary Beth. I had a failed root canal, and it was causing me pain. Dr. Neruzzi took care of my tooth, and I got my implant, and then I had another after that fail, and he did that one as well. And the experience was, they were amazing. It was not painful at all like I thought it was going to be, and I was very, very, very nervous about the whole thing. Nobody enjoys getting, implants or dental work, and I procrastinated, but I had to have it done. And he took me in immediately and took care of it. And he made it really affordable. They're very accommodating to people that cannot afford to have it done. I would recommend Dr. Neruzzi to anybody, and I have given him referrals. My own sister had hers done by him.
This is Dr. Neruzzi. I personally guarantee your happiness with your implants. Go to implantsforme.com.
For missing teeth, dental implants are wonderful. The advantages are fantastic. Just remember, implantsforme.com. Implantsforme.com.
It is 6:37. Let's get an update on the roads. We do that in our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. We have some good news in the wake of the bad news on Lakeshore Drive. Lakeshore Drive is now open southbound. It had been closed from Hollywood all the way down to Fullerton. That early morning shooting took place. Now everything is open on the drive in both directions. We're not seeing delays. There's still some residual traffic on Inner Lakeshore Drive, especially between Lawrence and Montrose. Things were starting to jam up on the arterial streets, but now everything's open. Eden's inbounds, though, Niles Center to the junction, 24 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 19. The Kennedy's 33 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 23. The Eisenhower, 43 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 31. Stevenson, 45 minutes, 355 to the drive. The Ryan, 25 minutes, 95 to downtown. Traffic is a service of Verizon. Unlimited gets the network it deserves, and so do you. Verizon. They're doing Unlimited the Verizon way without compromising reliability on the largest, most advanced 4G LTE network in America. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Breezy and colder today. Clouds and sun. High of 36. Currently 28. Next news at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Money Hour radio show, Saturday afternoons at 3 on AM 560, The Answer. Brought to you by Pearshale Financial Group.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So the fallout from the Flynn resignation is multifaceted. One is the relative competence of the Trump administration and the ability to kind of get on the same page messaging-wise, with Kellyanne Conway suggesting that it was Flynn's decision to submit his resignation and Sean Spicer refuting that, saying it was Trump who asked for his resignation. It was President Trump who decided that a change needed to be made. They both agree that it's a trust issue, not a legal issue. And so the fallout is about that, the kind of the stability of the inner circle of the Trump presidency. That's one.
I think, too, is Mike Pence being left out of this for 15 days. He didn't know, and he had to go on all the talk shows and and lie, basically.
That's still point number one, the stability of the Trump administration. Number two is leaking the intercepts. Mike Flynn, on his way out the door, says it's a crime. This is not a wink and a nod. That is a crime. Wall Street Journal opining that as long as it doesn't mean additional embarrassments or present any national security issues, the FISA warrants that provided for the eavesdropping that included the conversation Mike Flynn had with the Russian ambassador, and perhaps even the transcripts of those conversations should be released to the Senate and House committees that are investigating them and ultimately released to the public.
Yeah, I want to read those.
So that's an issue. And Krauthammer yesterday on a special report pointed up that issue specifically.
The fact that there are real big misdeeds in these leaks, but that doesn't exonerate what happened within the Trump administration. There are two stories. One is the internal dysfunction in the Trump White House, the fact that Flynn lied internally, was untrustworthy. But the other story is the scandal of these leaks. Look, we cannot have our intelligence agencies eavesdropping on Americans and releasing it to the press. And it is scary because it means everybody who communicates with a foreigner is subject to being exposed by his own government. We can't have that.
So that's number two. And then number three is what the left is trying to do, which is revisit the Russia hacked the election meme, and particularly buttressed by this New York Times story that, again, quotes unnamed officials and concedes there is no evidence to support the insinuation that former campaign aides for Trump colluded with Russian officials to somehow fix the election. That's where they're trying to go. And they're trying to go there in earnest. Listen to Tom Fred Flintstone Friedman on Morning Joe yesterday.
And it gets Joe to two other issues. The first is we have never taken seriously from the very beginning, Russia hacked our election. That was a 9/11 scale event. They attacked the core of our very democracy. That was a Pearl Harbor scale event. Can you imagine if Hillary Clinton, where Trump was, what the right would be doing on this issue? This goes to the very core of our democracy.
Oh, the hyperbole. I mean, really, you
9/11.
cannot compare that to 9/11. They
Pearl
didn't go
Harbor.
in and actually change the numbers in our electoral college.
9/11, Pearl Harbor. Dan Rather saying this could be more significant than Watergate. Well, to help us distill all of these issues raised by the departure of General Flynn as National Security Advisor, we're pleased to be joined by Dr. David Grantham. He is a townhall.com contributor, also a veteran of who served in Iraq and Afghanistan, and an intelligence specialist. Dr. Grantham, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hey, thank you guys for having me.
So, tackle whichever issue you want to tackle first there. There's a lot to choose from. How about, since you have a background in intelligence, the point that Krauthammer and others have made that the leaking of this information is something that is terribly problematic. Flynn called it criminal, and there needs to be a reckoning on that matter.
I think Krauthammer hit it on the head, and the thought of intelligence officials leaking information to the media for their own benefit and to essentially take down someone that it looks like that they didn't agree with is it's a frightening display of power and a frightening display of ego, to say the least. I think Flynn he's at the whole end of this logic saying it's criminal. So if you walk these situations out, it's very likely that if there wasn't a FISA court order that backed it up, which even if they linked it with a FISA court order, it's still illegal. So Flynn is speaking to the end of this whole discussion situation, which I think very well could lead to some sort of criminal investigation.
But Flynn, you have to admit, created the situation for himself. I mean, if he would have been honest and told the truth, we wouldn't be having this discussion.
Yeah, and like Krauthammer said, he says there's 2 stories. I feel like there's 10, and it depends which one you want to pick. I think first and foremost, Flynn made a mistake, and he's admitted that. And I think at this juncture, and you've already pointed out how the vice president in some ways was cut out of this, which leads to another story about the dysfunction within the Trump White House. But I think this is where Mike Pence is going to be absolutely critical to the Trump administration. One, he has the political experience to navigate these types of things. He dealt with stuff in Indiana with the bill that came up regarding the bakeries and the selling to homosexual weddings and stuff. So he's dealt with this controversy. He's also a man of integrity, one I personally respect, and he's well respected among elected officials. So he's going to be key to trying to navigate these waters for the Trump administration, who clearly still can't seem to get a grip on a coherent message. And but going back to your point, yes, Flynn did this to himself in many ways.
Yeah, but it did. There's some supposition that this is, to borrow from Eli Lake and Bloomberg, this was a political assassination. That in fact, Flynn was thrown under the bus. He was instructed to not defend himself prior to the culminating events on Monday evening, and that perhaps he is being scapegoated to try and run interference for more damaging revelations that could be forthcoming.
That could very well be the case, and I do think there is a level of as Lake calls it, political assassination. I'm hard-pressed to envision a scenario in which Flynn has stepped down because he engaged in criminal or measurable nefarious activity. So while he made a mistake in talking to in what he explained to the vice president, that this was he didn't mention the expulsion of the 35 diplomats, Russian diplomats. He didn't mention that to Pence, or he did not word it in such a way that told Pence that he had talked about that with the Russian ambassador. That's what it boils down to. After that, and this stepping down and the Trump administration, how they handled him in regards to the situation, there's a lot more there that doesn't add up, and I'm hard pressed to think of a situation in which this wasn't some sort of political assassination.
Really? So, do you think our national security was ever at risk or ever on the line?
Not with Flynn. I don't think there was any. What I think you have is an administration who is learning how to deal with these situations. So you have Steve Bannon, no political experience per se. Donald Trump, no political experience. General Flynn, a lot of military experience, but was let go by the Obama administration. So I think you have a handful of people, and then Jared Kushner and some others that surround Trump, who are learning that governing, while you're incredibly powerful, it's incredibly difficult. And you have to be very calculated and very thoughtful in your moves.
I want to get your
overall,
take. I'm sorry. I wanted to get your take on another topic while we have you. Dr. David Grantham, veteran, townhall.com contributor, intelligence specialist. North Korea, you've had a couple of events with respect to the North Korean dictatorship in the last week, and Trump has actually mentioned concern about the intelligence community and perhaps a bureaucratic skullduggery aimed at his administration coming from that community, and how that would impact decisions he's going to have to make about real national security threats like North Korea. So you've had two things. One, you had the ballistic missile test, Kim Jong-un. Number two, you had Kim Jong-un's half-brother.
Oh, my gosh, did you see that?
Apparently assassinated at a Malaysian airport. He was poisoned to death.
Yeah, a woman took a cloth to his face. Poisoned him.
And so where do we stand with the threat that North Korea poses as we focus so much attention on ISIS and the Middle East and Russia and China?
Well, there's more. This is a multi-layer issue with North Korea. I think what you look at in my experience with intelligence, you tend to look at patterns, and whenever there is patterns like this, where there's a missile test and then an assassination, as we saw with his half brother, I start to become worried because those types of things tend to come in bunches because there is a greater plan to be executed behind that or after that. And so that concerns me. But North Korea is also, they are limited by their capabilities. They are limited by their resources. So my question then comes to China, and what role does China play in this? I know, Trump has had some very harsh things to say about China in regards to trade. The Japanese Prime Minister was just in the United States, which is for your listeners that don't know too much about Asia, the Japan-China North Korea relationship is a fragile one, to say the least.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm seeing an ambassador, a Japanese Prime Minister visit. I'm seeing rhetoric out of China, rhetoric from the Trump administration to China, and then these issues with North Korea. So when I look at it as a holistic picture, it does begin to concern me.
He is Dr. David Grantham, townhall.com contributor who's served our country in Iraq and Afghanistan, intelligence and counterterrorism specialist. Dr. Grantham, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
It's like a hot, steaming cup of information to start your day. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Weather forecast for today. We're in plenty of sunshine. It will be breezy and colder than we're used to. 27 degrees right now at O'Hare, going up to a high of 36 degrees. Tomorrow, breezy, clouds, and some sun, but warmer, a high of 42 degrees. Let's go to the alarm detection system. Traffic Center, here's Jim Talamonte. Of course, the big news story is southbound Lakeshore Drive shut down.
That's right, Amy. It is now open. We're seeing some residual delays from Belmont to North Avenue. The roadway had been closed entirely southbound from Hollywood to Fullerton after the early morning shooting near Fullerton Avenue and the ongoing investigation. Now all lanes are open. It's slow, about a 5 or 6 minute delay from Belmont to North Avenue. Northbound, everything has been open all along and there are no delays. Now there is police activity affecting the CTA Brown line. Inbound or loop-bound trains are standing at Francisco due to police activity on a train. The Eden's 25 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose outbound 20. The Kennedy's now 45 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. Perhaps some folks avoiding Lakeshore Drive, but we can go back to the drive now. Outbound, it's 30 minutes downtown to O'Hare. The Eisenhower, 52 minutes, Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 32. Stevenson, 59 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan is 28 minutes, 95th to downtown. Bishop Ford, 34 minutes, 8094 to the Ryan. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
I'm Lou Dobbs. Fed Chair Yellen supports presidential order on easing Dodd-Frank. Linda McMahon confirmed as the new head of the Small Business Administration. Rolls-Royce has lost $5 billion since Brexit. Those stories next.
2017 is the year of Trump, and markets are rising to all-time highs. But economic uncertainty may be greater than after any election in our lifetime. And as retirement approaches, there's little time to recover losses. You need to hedge against uncertainty. That means transferring part of your retirement to physical gold and silver, stored where you can actually hold it in your hands and get it best in any disaster. It's the perfect time to buy. Prices are low and expected to climb. Make Augusta Precious Metals your personal gold and silver provider. Augusta cares for your financial position and helps you make good decisions. And they're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Get Augusta's free gold and silver IRA guide. What you learn could help you weather any economic storm. No obligation. Just call 855-222-6993. That's 855-222-6993. 855-222-6993. Trust Augusta. Protect your retirement today.
Echoing President Trump's recent executive order for the Treasury to cut Dodd-Frank's impact on small banks in particular, Fed Chair Janet Yellen calling on Congress to ease some of those regulations. Yellen testifying before the House Banking Committee. Economic reports today include the Fed's figures on industrial production and update on business inventories from the Commerce Department. Rolls-Royce reporting the collapse of the British pound since last year's Brexit vote has cost the company $5.5 billion. Rolls-Royce makes aircraft engines, but no longer its namesake luxury cars. The Senate confirmed former WWE executive Linda McMahon as the head of the Small Business Administration. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
Hey, less than 1 month. That's all the time left for you to book your trip to join us and Joe Walsh in Punta Cana this spring. So stop procrastinating and book that trip today. We'll be staying at the Secrets Cap Cana Resort and Spa in Punta Cana. It's a brand new resort with 5 gourmet restaurants, 7 bars, which we hope is enough for one damn prop.
Well, we're in Mexico.
But we're not going to be in Mexico. We're going to be in the Dominican. There's 24-hour room service here. And we want you to order, for this 24-hour room service, when you want to order a cheeseburger at midnight after a long day of drinking at the pool. So whether you want to sit by the pool and enjoy a cold drink and smoke a cigar, or hit the beach and enjoy a little beach volleyball, there's something for everyone. Get more information and book your trip by visiting 560theanswer.com, keyword passport. That's 560theanswer.com/passport. But hurry, time is running out to secure this exclusive price from our good friends at Apple Vacations.
Have you racked up more than $10,000 in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? You should know. The credit card companies are tricking you into thinking there's no way out. Credit card companies would rather you didn't know that there are ways you can become debt-free, and you don't have to pay the entire amount you owe. There are debt relief programs that help people like you escape overwhelming credit card debt. National Debt Relief has helped tens of thousands of people just like you reduce more than $500 million of debt. National Debt Relief has helped so many people, they're A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau. You don't have to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan. You have the right to settle your debt for a mere fraction of what you owe. Reduce a portion of your debt now. Call National Debt Relief at 800-518-4020. 800-518-4020. That's 800-518-4020.
Upstream-ideas.com, premium content that complements what we do on this show. All of the exposés we've done on property taxes in the Chicago metro region can be found at upstream-ideas.com. 60-second commentaries from me this week on New Trier High School and their race seminar, as well as long-form interviews. Man on the Street, Follow the Logic segments this week featuring the Moon Under Trump Tower rally and discussions with protesters, as well as 2-minute warnings focusing on a public official you should be wary of. It's all at upstream-ideas.com.
You're the one that gets it done. The person your friends call to see if you can fix it. Brakes? No biggie. Shocks and struts? Simple and straightforward. The catalytic converter heat shield? Come on. If it has wheels, you can make it go. But not having the right part can bring your project to a screeching halt. Problem solved with MyPartsGarage.com. My Parts Garage is not a big box store that needs to wait to get a part in. My Parts Garage is the warehouse that sells wholesale to you. They own the inventory, so your part is always in stock. But wait, there's more. Like free shipping within 24 hours, in-state next-day delivery, or pick it up today at the warehouse. Plus, the customer service is seriously awesome. So the last thing you need to do is drive fast and furiously to find auto parts. With the average driver in Chicago commuting at least 24 miles per day, people are spending more hours in their car than they do at home. Drivers need you, the mechanic. You need MyPartsGarage.com. Lowest prices guaranteed.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
A group of Michigan teachers play Marry, Blank, or Kill about their students. Don't worry, none of them fired. At 7:17.
But first, let's go into the newsroom and say good morning to the one and only Mike Scott.
27 degrees. We have clear skies this morning. 11 degrees or 11 mile an hour on the winds out of the north. That will actually give us a wind chill today. 2 police officers hurt during a car chase in Chicago. Chicago Mayor Rahm Emanuel says federal officials will be in Chicago next week to continue their work with the Chicago Police Department. An 11-year-old girl shot in Chicago has died. The governor set to deliver his budget address today, while the Chicago Board of Education sues the governor and the state over education funding. Bulls turned back the Raptors last night and a breezy, colder day ahead. WIND Chicago News Time is 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. He calls it Russian connection nonsense. President Trump tweeting this is merely an attempt to cover up the many mistakes made in Hillary Clinton's losing campaign, and he again derides the New York Times as failing, saying information is being illegally given to the paper, which reports during the campaign Trump aides had contact with Russian intelligence officials. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, the report does allege members of President Trump's inner circle had repeated contacts with Russian officials during the campaign, including former campaign manager Paul Manafort. It also claims American intelligence officials intercepted communications around the same time they're investigating Russian interference in the U.S. election. The officials admit no evidence of collusion has been found. Manafort told the Times he's never had anything to do with the Russian government. Dave.
Rachel, as some Republicans want to find out who's leaking to the media, Democrats want an independent investigation into Michael Flynn's resignation as national security advisor for misleading the White House about his talks with Russia's ambassador before President Trump took office.
I think Flynn should come clean in every way, and if that involves testifying at a public hearing, absolutely.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. Recent Russian aggressions, an issue Defense Secretary Jim Mattis is dealing with at a NATO meeting in Brussels. Fox's Simon Owen live in our European Bureau.
Dave, the new Defense Secretary attending his first meeting of NATO ministers and saying the U.S. is still committed.
The alliance remains a fundamental bedrock for the United States and for all the transatlantic community.
But Mattis also saying many NATO member states need to increase spending on defense. Meanwhile, NATO's Secretary General saying he would be concerned if there's confirmation of a report from the US that Russia has deployed a new cruise missile. That would violate a treaty from the Cold War era. Dave.
As I'm in President Trouble, host Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu this morning at the White House. Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
27 degrees and sunrise in Chicago, 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Chicago Mayor Rahm Emanuel says federal officials will be in Chicago next week to continue their work with the Chicago Police Department. The Justice Department's visit follows a report by the agency that found systemic problems inside that department. Authorities are searching for suspects following a deadly shooting on Lakeshore Drive. This morning, police say a man was driving a Lexus when someone in another vehicle shot him near Fullerton, causing his car to slam into the median. For a time, all southbound lanes were blocked between Belmont and Chicago as police investigated. A pair of police officers recovering following a car chase in Chicago. Two officers chased an SUV through the Lawndale neighborhood. That SUV then collided with another vehicle, an Uber driver, in the 1500 block of West Roosevelt Road. No one in custody following a Chicago shooting that killed a toddler and a man and then wounded a pregnant woman. Authorities say 2-year-old Levante White, his aunt, and a man were shot inside that car yesterday on South Kenneth. Police Superintendent Eddie Johnson expressing his anger.
We just cannot afford to continue to see our children being shot down for things that they have no involvement in.
And one of two girls shot in the head in separate Chicago weekend shootings has died. Cook County Medical Examiner's Office says 11-year-old Takia Holmes died early Tuesday at Comer Children's Hospital. In his budget address today to the General Assembly, Governor Bruce Rauner is promising to wait into the budget negotiations as the stalemate threatens a third year. AM 560's David Stewart with a preview.
Governor Rauner recently has been applauding from the sidelines as bipartisan Senate efforts to craft a budget compromise have moved slowly forward. Those efforts have recently stalled, however, and Rauner's promising to use his budget address to make some of his views known.
My plan in my speech is to begin to address some of the key issues myself and share some of my own personal views about taxes, about regulations, about bringing down property taxes, about properly funding our schools.
Rauner is not likely to produce a full budget document himself, despite calls from both sides of the aisle to do that. David Stewart, NBC News Radio, Chicago.
Meantime, the Chicago Board of Education is suing the governor and the Illinois Board of Ed over the way the state funds public education. Chicago sports last night, the Bulls Turn back the Raptors, 105.94. The news, a service of Staples. Filing your own taxes this year. Staples helps you be accountable with everything you need for tax season for less, like QuickBooks, TurboTax, and right now get up to $15 off when you buy TurboTax. In-store only. Ends 4/1/17. Staples. Make more happen. 7:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
You need to understand that the way you build wealth is you do not use the evening news or CNN or Fox to set the tone of your emotions around your investing.
The Dave Ramsey Show.
If you're thinking of changing your investing patterns because you're watching the news, you need to turn off the news. You are in charge of your destiny.
Dave Ramsey. Weeknights starting at 7. Presented by Wintrust Community Bank on AM 560. The Answer.
.05, time to check the climate of your business with aircomfort.com, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Let's check our roads in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. We're seeing some delays on inbound CTA Brown Line trains after there was police activity on a train at Francisco Station. Lakeshore Drive is entirely open again. It was closed for some time, actually all the way from Hollywood down to Fullerton after a shooting near Fullerton early this morning. We're seeing residual delays, Belmont to North Avenue, and then farther south, it's slow, 18th to the Stevenson and northbound 31st to the Stevenson. Again, all lanes are open now in both directions on the drive. Kennedy inbound. Big delays start at Cumberland. 52 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. 30 from Montrose, 19 on the Express. Outbound 33 to the airport. The Eisenhower, 54 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 33. Stevenson, 57 minutes, 3:55 to the drive. The Ryan, 27 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, slow 95th to 75th. The Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560. The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the aircomfort.com Weather Center, here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
A breezy day with clouds and sun, high 35. Partly cloudy night tonight, low 24. For tomorrow, clouds and breaks of sun, high 41. And at night, becoming mainly cloudy, low 30. Full day of sunshine Friday, high 54. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560. The Answer.
Currently 28 at O'Hare, 31 along Chicago's lakefront. Your next news update is at 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is sponsored by Wine Time Radio. Every Saturday at 5 p.m. on AM 560, explore the wonderful world of wine with host James Crooker and Rob Lehner.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
We got to a point not based on a legal issue, but based on a trust issue, where the level of trust between the president and General Flynn had eroded to the point where he felt he had to make a change.
The president is very loyal. He's a very loyal person, and by night's end, Mike Flynn had decided it was best to resign. He knew he'd become a lightning rod, and he made that decision.
While you're out enjoying your holiday, a 2-year-old boy was just shot and killed.
I'm sick of it, and I know Chicago is sick of it. I just hope that our legislative partners are sick of it.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We are coming to you live this morning from Sprovieri's Custom Counters in scenic Addison, Illinois. It's part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
Yeah, it's nice here.
Back in DuPage County, where it is very nice.
They focus on custom countertops and kitchens and showers. And did you check out the shower in the showroom there?
Yeah, it's all very nice products.
It's very fancy.
Yes. It is.
Top of the line.
I know you're trying to wrangle a deal during commercial breaks for some new flooring, new countertops.
Well, it's this new vinyl flooring that they sell here that's top of the line. Now, you don't think of vinyl flooring, but that's what all the kiddies are putting in their basement these days.
Well,
and I want to get a piece of the pie.
Sure, you got to keep up with the Joneses. We'll talk to Chuck Sprovieri, the head of this whole operation, at the bottom of the hour. But now let's talk, this is a perfect segue. Let's talk a little economics. amid all the Flynn controversy, there are other important matters to discuss, including the economic vitality of the United States of America. And to help us do that, we're joined again by our friend Steve Moore, Wall Street Journal columnist, chief economist for the Heritage Foundation, and Donald Trump economic advisor. Steve, thanks for being with us.
Hi, guys. Good morning.
Good morning. So I want to start with something that's not getting as much attention because of all the controversies, and that's a move in both chambers, various tactical approaches to eliminate the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, to repeal Dodd-Frank, the import and impact of doing just that before the year is out.
Yeah, well, let me just say something about the Consumer Financial Protection Board, because I was in one of the transition meetings, and we were talking about that board, and it's obviously something we want to get rid of. I mean, there are already about 8 Consumer Financial Protection agencies in the federal government. We didn't need this one. So anyway, we were talking about this agency, and I asked the guy who was detailed over there, I said, well, just how big is this agency? Because for those who don't know, this was created by Dodd-Frank. It was created about, 5 or 6 or 7 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, well, how many people work at the Consumer Financial Protection Board? And he said 15. And I thought, oh, well, 15, that's not so many. He said, no, Steve, you misunderstood me. I said 1,500. Can you believe that? There are 1,500 people working at the Consumer Financial Protection Board. Lord knows what they do. And by the way, they want to build a $30 million new building in Washington, D.C. But that's how these agencies proliferate and grow.
And name it after Senator Elizabeth Warren.
We have to get rid of it. It's been used basically just to harass businesses, and it's had very little impact on helping stave off the next financial crisis. So it has to go, and that's one of the dozens and dozens of agencies that should be eliminated because it's duplicative and so on. Now, on the tax cut, that's a much, much bigger issue. And Larry Kudlow and I are both kind of have seen coming on the barriers. As you know, we helped write the Trump tax plan during the campaign. And for some reason, this tax cut has been put on the back burner, and I don't understand the logic of it. The economy needs to pick me up. I think investors are getting a little fidgety and nervous that whether this is going to happen or not, whether it's a priority. Now, Trump said last week that he's going to come up with something marvelous or something like that.
Yeah, right. When he was meeting with airline CEOs.
I haven't seen the more Kudlow Trump 2.0 version of the tax bill. I hope it's not much different from what we came up with, but it's got to be done quickly. I mean, the idea of waiting till July, August, September, I think makes it very dubious that will happen at all.
Well, can't you put some fire under his feet and get him going? You have a direct channel to Donald Trump.
Say again?
You have a direct channel to Donald Trump. Can you convince him to get on this?
I don't know about that. I mean, I used to, not so much anymore. I mean, the big story of this White House is this guy, Gary Cohn, who's the head of the National Economic Council, really, consolidated power. He's all economic information, Trump goes through Cohn. If you read the Wall Street Journal yesterday, Cohn is no fan of mine or fan of Larry because we're too ideological, we're too supply side, I guess. So, no, I don't have that direct channel to Trump that I used to have. And if I did have the direct channel, I'd say, Donald, let me do this. Let me get this tax cut passed for you. I know how to do it. We can get it through. We can deal with Paul Ryan in the House. We can deal with, Mitch McConnell and Orrin Hatch, who runs the Senate Finance Committee. We can get this thing done. We outlined in the Wall Street Journal about 10 days ago how to get it done. But so far, nobody seems to be paying much attention.
Yeah, and including among your ranks of those banging on the Trump administration to move this along is Steve Forbes as well. Gary Cohn, he's Goldman Sachs guy, right?
He's a Goldman Sachs guy.
Here we go again.
I really don't have anything to say about it because I never even met the guy. I was involved with the campaign. We did a lot of the economic stuff. I'd never seen him in any of the meetings. And then, 2 weeks after the election, Trump announced, I think he was a friend of Jared's, his son-in-law, and they had a love affair. And the next thing you know, Gary Cohn, who's a Democrat, was named the NEC director. Look, I'm not here to attack Gary Cohn. I'm just here to say we've got to get this thing done. We've got to put it on the front burner. What's happened is that Obamacare repeal, which obviously is incredibly important, has gotten snagged, and it's delayed everything else. And my point is, do both. Do Obamacare repeal, but on the second track, and at the running at the same time, let's go going on this tax cut. Now, what I proposed, and Larry and Steve Forbes agree with this, is why don't we just do the business tax cut? We all know our business tax cut is an abomination. Business tax system is an abomination. Highest tax rates in the world. It's not working. It's leading companies to leave. Get the business tax rate down to 15-20%, and by the way, that would be for corporations and for small businesses. Every one of the 26 million small businesses in the country, the guy who's driving the truck down the Edens Highway right now, you're going to get if you're around that company, you're going to get a tax cut. Those are the employers in this country, and they need some relief. To do that now, and then we can talk about fixing the individual tax system in stage 2.
So let's talk about the politics a little bit, because these are always political will challenges. So what role does Steve Mnuchin, the newly confirmed Treasury Secretary, play in all this?
Well, that's a great question, too, because what's happened is the Democrats are in not just a loyal opposition, they're in obstruction mode. They're trying to obstruct everything that Trump is doing. And I think it's quite unpatriotic, actually. I mean, it's one thing to be in opposition, to vote no against stuff, but by not, Mnuchin was just confirmed yesterday or the day before. I mean, this is ridiculous. I mean, why is it half of his cabinet is not even confirmed yet? How can they hit the ground running when they don't have the people in place because the Democrats in the Senate won't let it happen? I mean, this is unprecedented, and they're gumming up the system intentionally. They want Trump to fail. And they're doing everything possible to make him fail. And as I said, that's not good governance. I mean, give the guy a chance. Let him get some of his agenda passed. You can vote against it, but to prevent any of it from even coming up for a vote because he doesn't have his people in place. Look, the economy. I think you asked how's the economy. I think it's fragile. I think it needs a pick me up, and this tax cut will do a lot to do that, but it's been stalled.
Speaking of the cabinet changing, what is your reaction to Lieutenant or General Michael Flynn resigning as NSA?
I don't do foreign policy, so I don't have a lot to say about that. I do think I'm wondering why it is that this is a more broad statement. Why is it that Donald Trump and the Republicans, this administration seems to be closing up to the Russians? I just don't get it. I mean, I'm an old Reagan Cold Warrior. We called the Soviet Union the evil empire, and it is still an evil empire. I mean, look, Putin is a bad guy. This is not our friend. So I don't quite get the strategy. I mean, I understand they're trying to play Russia and China off against each other, but to pretend that somehow Russia is going to behave itself, when have they ever done that?
Going back to Gary Cohn, so I want to put this question to you because I know we share the same suspicion. Are you concerned at all with this being slow walk, the tax reform, the cutting of structural taxes, that you're starting to see the big banks, the big amoral banks like a Goldman Sachs do what they do, which is seize control and prevent reform? Are you afraid that could happen in the Trump administration?
You mean that the Democrats will prevent it, or the Cohen will prevent it?
No, I'm talking about the men of always from Goldman Sachs.
Oh, the Goldman Sachs team. We'll see. I mean, look, their job is to get this tax cut done. So I'm not going to prejudge them, but I'll say this: if they don't get the tax cut done, then they failed their job, because this is, that's the job of this Treasury Secretary. And I'm friends with Steve Mnuchin. I never really answered your question about him. I think he's a fine man. I think he's very smart. I think he wants to get this done. But look, yeah, you're right. These Goldman people, they're so smart, they're so savvy. Well, they got to get this done. That's why they were hired, to get the tax cut done and get as good a tax cut as we possibly can. And by the way, I left out the repatriation of the foreign capital. We got to get that money returned to the United States. It's $1 trillion abroad. Think about that. If we bring $1 trillion back home from countries around the world, that's a huge stimulus to the economy. So the Goldman people are on trial here, and I hope they succeed. Oh, yeah. I hope they deliver soon. And the other thing is, because I know a lot of people listening to the show are investors and businessmen and women, we got to make it retroactive to February 1st, so that people can start making decisions now about how they're going to invest and building factories and expanding their business. And once they realize that they're going to get this tax cut, then I think the economy shifts into a higher gear.
Yeah, as long as we don't get John Corzine redux from Gary Cohn. All right, he is Steve Moore. He's the Wall Street.
Don't forget Paulson.
Yeah, well, they write the example.
Paulson was the one who gave us the bailout. I mean, first of all, he was the Treasury Secretary with the financial
Too
crisis.
big to fail, right?
Sleep at the switch, and then he's the one who gave us the bank bailouts.
Well, I mean, this is.
He was the one who said we need to ruin capitalism to save it.
Well, this is our agreed upon point that there are many examples from the same place, and so it'd be nice if the same mistakes weren't made with the same personnel. He is Steve Moore, Chief Economist at the Heritage Foundation, Trump Economic Advisor, hopefully a more influential one in the coming weeks. Steve Moore, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Okay, guys. Have a great week. See you.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
If you're talking about it, Dan and Amy are talking about it. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up next, teachers caught discussing which student they'd kill, marry, or have sex with, and they still have their jobs. But first, here's your forecast. Breezy, colder, but plenty of sunshine today. A high of 36 degrees. Then tomorrow, breezy with clouds and some sun, warmer, a high of 42. Let's get into our alarm detection system. Traffic Center, here's Jim Talamonte. Very busy man this morning.
Yes, Amy, things were pretty crazy early after a shooting on Lakeshore Drive right near Fullerton Avenue. Southbound lanes were closed for a while from Belmont to Chicago Avenue, then actually from Hollywood all the way to Fullerton. Now everything is open again, but there are delays. It's slow southbound from Irving Park to North Avenue, and then around McCormick Place it's slow southbound 18th to the Stevenson and northbound 31st to the Stevenson. But when the drive was closed, more people diverted to the Kennedy, so it's very heavy early. Already an hour from O'Hare to downtown, 31 minutes from Montrose, 25 in the Express, outbound 34 to the airport. Eden's 27 minutes, Lake Hook to Montrose, outbound 25. The Ike, an hour and 5 minutes, Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 35 minutes. The Stevenson, an hour and 7 minutes from 355 to the Drive, fine outbound. Ryan, 29 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, slow 95th to 75th from the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis, then from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Veterans Memorial, slow about into the Reagan Tollway. The other tollways are fine. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
No more excuses, gentlemen. It's a new year, and you need to stop putting things off, especially when it comes to taking care of your health. Dan Proft here. I know we all hate going to the doctor. That's why Low T Center makes it quick and easy to get your testosterone levels checked. You walk in, take a simple blood test, and with the convenience of their on-site lab, you get your results in about 20 minutes. So if you're drinking coffee or energy drinks just to get you through the day, or if you always feel like you need a nap, you may have low T. Low T levels can make you feel tired and grumpy, raise your cholesterol, even cause weight gain. That's why I personally recommend going to my friends at Low T Center. They accept most health insurance, have flexible hours, including on Saturdays. And so don't hesitate to find out what your number is this new year. Sure glad I did. Call my friends at Low T Center and tell them I sent you. 630-409-4305. Again, 630-409-4305. Call Low T Center at 630-409-4305 or visit them online at lowtcenter.com.
I'm Nick Soboleski, a Select Quote agent with a true story that could save you hundreds of dollars a year. A woman named Linda just called. Her husband, Ray, has a $300,000 group life insurance policy, but is changing jobs and can't take it with him. Well, I impartially shopped the highly rated term life insurance companies we represent and found Ray, who is 41 and takes medication to control his cholesterol, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $26 a month. That's almost twice the coverage for less than half of what he had paid. If SelectQuote hasn't shopped for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 1-800-348-2121. That's 1-800-348-2121. 1-800-348-2121. Or go to SelectQuote.com. We shop, you save. Get full details on the example policy at selectquote.com/commercials. Your price can vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors. Not available in all states.
Last winter was pretty much a piece of cake, but this winter, we're told, is gonna be a doozy.
Well, the Farmer's Almanac forewarns that bitterly cold, if not downright frigid, numbing cold weather will be predominating over these parts this winter.
Not looking good, but you can be ready. Smart businesses rely on Air Comfort to keep them and their customers warm this expected frigid winter. Air Comfort is one of the largest commercial and industrial service groups in the Chicago area, with dedicated factory-trained technicians that take a scientific approach to analyzing your system. They have comprehensive year-round preventative maintenance programs and emergency service, plus design, build, and install equipment for new construction and retrofits of existing mechanical systems. Now is a great time to call Air Comfort and schedule an analysis of your company's mechanical mechanical system by their certified award-winning engineering team. Call 708-345-1900 or visit aircomfort.com. Air Comfort, providing the right climate for business since 1935.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
The success of a mid-sized business often comes down to one thing: managing your cash flow. I'm Ann Dollagall, Treasury Management Executive at Signature Bank. At Signature Bank, we take a personalized and proactive approach to structuring your cash management solutions to keep your financial assets safe and working for you. Our automated accounts receivable and accounts payable technology allows your business to grow without adding to your overhead expenses. And what truly sets Signature Bank apart is our personal approach. We get to know your business by rolling up our sleeves to work alongside you. Call me today for a review of your company's operational challenges.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Check out the ammo event this weekend at Point Blank Range and Gun Shop. All ammo will be on sale, including 9mm starting at $10.99. Save up to 30% on a great selection of brand name ammo this Friday through Monday. Point Blank Range and Gun Shop offers a state-of-the-art indoor shooting range, an extensive inventory of firearms, and a supportive, knowledgeable team. The ammo event is this weekend at Point Blank Range and Gun Shop. Visit shootpointblank.com for details. Some restrictions may apply.
Hiring is the most challenging part of my job.
We started using ZipRecruiter about 3 months ago. One click and my job was posted to 200 plus job boards, all the top sites.
All of the candidates came to my dashboard, and it's easy to compare them.
And I couldn't believe the number of great applicants we got. I don't know how we hired before ZipRecruiter.
Find the best candidates with ZipRecruiter, where your job is just one click away from 200 plus job sites. And right now you can try ZipRecruiter free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/start now. That's ZipRecruiter.com/start now.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy coming to you live from Sprovieri's Custom Counters in Addison, Illinois. Part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Tour back in DuPage County this week, as we were last week, Service Master in Downers Grove. And Amy, a question for you. If Peyton and Eli were the subject of the old marry, blank, or kill game played among their teachers.
I'm sure they all would want to marry them, yes.
Which you have.
Which is creepy.
At Blaine, probably.
Yeah, you stop it.
No, would you have a problem with that?
Yeah, I would. And they should be yanked from their jobs immediately.
Because in Bangor, Michigan, that's exactly what happened. A group of teachers at a local tavern overheard playing that game about their pre-adolescent students.
I would totally marry totally marry her because she loves the Tigers. She never even brought up the fact that I was wasted on the bus trip.
First at 10, a West Michigan community furious tonight after that video surfaced online, allegedly showing teachers and school staffers playing an inappropriate game at a local bar. The game asked the players to name 3 people they would either marry, have intimate relations with, or kill.
The audio you heard at the beginning was a teacher saying, "I'd marry this girl because she likes tigers."
She likes the Tigers.
And
no, the Detroit Tigers, yes.
And this wasn't even disclosed. I mean, this hasn't even been a point of controversy. He also said, and she didn't tell on me when I was wasted at a field trip.
Yeah, so he got drunk on a field trip in front of the kids. And that's illegal. That's a fireable offense right there.
We're talking about public school teachers. Can't be
because they're union members.
Here is some of the parents' reactions.
It was heartbreaking. My heart sank. I was disgusted.
Amanda Reprogel says her son Trayson was one of the students named in the video.
Because you teach your kids to respect authority, and then how do you respect authority figure when they behave like that?
And one of the kids was a special needs student. That's why I couldn't even watch this video because it was too disgusting.
One of the kids that was talked about.
Yeah.
6 teachers and a secretary to the superintendent of the school district. The secretary resigned.
She wanted to spend more time with her family.
Yes, exactly. No, of course, the operative question, does her family want to spend more time with her? The attorney for the school district explained the discipline that has been meted out
On Monday, officials said 2 teachers were disciplined, but Bangor School's attorney announced there would be no further action taken against the staff members involved.
We made our best assessment based on the facts, and reasonable minds can differ about things. This was our call as to what we felt was best under the circumstances.
Yeah, 2 of the 6 teachers are under a probationary oversight or something now. Should those teachers be fired? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. How about this, too?
Give me an argument why they shouldn't be fired.
I don't have one. But what about this, thinking about it differently? What would happen to students if it was a bunch of teenage students playing that game about teachers, particularly when you're playing marry, blank, or kill?
Yeah.
With these mind-numbing zero tolerance policies that school districts have, where the adults pretend they don't have the capacity for judgment, and if you make a gun with your thumb and your index finger, then you're potentially
expelled.
A mass shooter and you're thrown out of the district. And what if you're playing a game and you say, I would kill, Mr. Jones, the 7th grade social studies teacher? What do you think the disciplinary action for that kid would be? Probation?
No.
And a 7-figure pension?
They would be expelled because you can't make violent threats against teachers. It's in the code of conduct for CPS. I put a copy on your desk. You clearly didn't read it.
It's a real page turner. Yeah. And obviously it's being dutifully enforced in CPS.
But just the creepy factor alone, I wouldn't want my kids going to school there. If that's how they, get their rocks off by going to a bar after school on a Friday and decide which kids they want to marry, kill, or have sexual relations with, you shouldn't send your kids to that school.
And that's about sums it up. Dan and Amy coming to you live from Sprovieri's Custom Counters in Addison, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
If you've ever wished to be more knowledgeable about the financial world and take command of your finances, your wait is over. Enroll in the Investor Education Institute 3-session program and learn what the pros know. Call the IEI now at 800-504-8505. Be better prepared to build your wealth, make better decisions, and reach your financial goals. It will give you the tools designed to help you rank asset classes, sectors, and markets to limit risk and recognize potential opportunities. There is limited seating for winter and spring sessions, so call 800-504-8505 now to reserve your space. Don't be caught off guard with a market downturn and learn how to determine trends that could grow and protect your wealth. Call the Investor Education Institute now to find out which session works best for you. Get the knowledge to take control of your financial future and call 800-504-8505. That's 800-504-8505. Or visit instituteforinvestors.com. That's instituteforinvestors.com.
AM 560. The Answer.
Hey, guess what, Dan? We would like to thank Cindy Collins. Cindy Collins for listening to AM 560 The Answer. Cindy Collins.
Thanks you, Cindy Collins.
What's her name? Cindy Collins. Thanks for making Chicago's Morning Answer and AM 560 part of your day.
Well, Chuck Sprovieri got us all this food, so I guess the least we can do is talk to him. That's what we're going to do at 7:37, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour. We're going to talk to the proprietor of Sprovieri's Custom Counters about doing business in the great state of Illinois.
And later, why Facebook Live, I think, should be shut down. But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
28 degrees outside, sunny skies, no reports of injuries after a natural gas pipeline explosion happened in Texas this morning. A blast rattling homes near Refugio, about 160 miles southwest of Houston. Sources tell the New York Times that intelligence agencies may have intercepted calls and obtained phone records showing contact between Trump campaign aides and other associates and Russian intelligence officials. Trump campaign officials, according to the report, had contact with Russia in the year leading up to the November election. Those same intelligence agencies say they found no evidence the campaign was in any way colluding with the Russians. Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer calling for an independent investigation into now former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn.
His resignation raises more questions than it answers, and the American people deserve to know the truth. The Trump administration has many serious questions to answer.
The president asked for Flynn's resignation amid growing questions. Federal regulators telling California officials to design repairs to the Oroville Dam that protect its two spillways from further damage. Now, there are concerns even again this morning that an emergency spillway could collapse, leading to evacuation of almost 200,000 in communities below the dam that were let back to their homes yesterday. Chicago Mayor Rahm Emanuel says federal officials will be in Chicago next week to continue their work with the Chicago Police Department. Authorities are searching for suspects following a deadly shooting on Lakeshore Drive near Fullerton. No one in custody following a Chicago shooting that killed a toddler and wounded a pregnant woman. Authorities say 2-year-old Levante White, his aunt, and a man were shot inside a car yesterday on South Kenneth. And this morning, there's news that millennials are the worst drivers in the nation. It's the finding of a new report from the AAA Foundation for Traffic Safety. Shows folks between the ages of 19 and 24 engage in the riskiest behaviors behind the wheel, texting, speeding, running red lights at much higher rates than any other age group. Bulls beat the Raptors 105-94 last night. The news, a service of Staples. Filing your own taxes this year? Staples helps you be accountable with everything you need for tax season for less. Storage boxes, filing supplies, software like QuickBooks and TurboTax. And right now, get up to $15 off when you buy TurboTax in-store only. Ends 4/1/17. Staples, make more happen. 7:35 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher says it's all about substance from Trump.
Will you explain to me why like-minded Americans get more hung up on the way President Trump words a tweet than the merits of what it is he's trying to do? Will someone answer that question for me? Why do the tweets become more important than the substance?
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, roasted fresh daily in Batavia, Illinois.
Here's microbiologist Dr. Kim O'Neill talking about balance of nature.
Scientific research has shown that many cancers and lifestyle diseases can be prevented with a diet rich in fruits and vegetables. This prevention comes from the phytochemicals in the plants. They fight against oxidants that damage the cell's DNA, causing mutations that lead to disease. I don't take any supplementation, but I take balance of nature because I've seen it in my lab. I've seen the immune response increase. I've seen your DNA repair capacity increase, and I've seen DNA protection, and I know that it works.
Balance of Nature is providing you the best offer they've ever given. 2 free months of fruits and veggies and free shipping. Call now for details. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
Hey, size matters. Look to the Italians. They made it happen. The Colosseum, the Vatican, the Tower of Pisa. And Augustino's Rock and Roll Deli Sandwiches. Yeah! Their signature subs are as big as your forearm, hefty and fully loaded with the highest quality deli meats on artisan bread. Their homemade Italian beef sandwiches are sliced paper thin, using their own family recipe. And if you can't choose between the burgers, wraps, or hand-rolled meatball sandwiches, then get them all. Feed your inner rock star. Eat amongst authentic rock and roll memorabilia while you enjoy the soundtrack of your glory days. Or pick up and go. Either way, Augie's offers fast, fresh, and affordable food, even gluten-free options. Augustino's Rock and Roll Deli, Carroll Stream or West Chicago. Be sure to visit augustinos.com for full menus and directions. And if the party's on at your house, look to Augie's for catering. Don't make it happen with Augustino's Rock and Roll Deli.
Scoundrels are not exclusive to politics. They're smart enough to occupy necessity service industries like the automotive business. As a real estate broker, my car is a lifeline and a total necessity to my business and my family. which is why I had to seek out an honest, truthful auto service provider. For over the past decade, I've put my trust in Kies Mobile Service Center on Lake Street in Addison. Kies handles full auto repair on foreign and domestic vehicles. They pride themselves on providing you the best cost-effective auto repair and expert advice. Kies has full service bays and truck lifts that can service and manage your whole fleet. They also provide priority service for your business and can track each vehicle, alerting you to the repair before you need it, keeping your guys on the road. Since 1959, Kies Mobile Service Center has thrived through 10 presidential administrations, giving you reputable, dependable, and honest auto repair. Do yourself a favor. Just go into Kies on Lake Street in Addison. See my guy Vic. He'll set you up. Tell him Sean from Elmwood Park sent you. I approve of this message.
7:39. Let's get an update on the roads in our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's Jim.
Thanks, Mike. Lakeshore Drive is open entirely after that early morning shooting near Fullerton, but it's jammed from Hollywood to North Avenue, 40 minutes from Hollywood to Monroe. The Edens is 26 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 28. Inbound Kennedy, we're now looking at an hour and 5 minutes from O'Hare to downtown. Outbound, it's 35 minutes. The Eisenhower, an hour and 9 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 40 minutes. Stevenson, an hour and 7 minutes, 3:55 to the Drive. To Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Traffic is a service of Westin Hotels and Resorts. Westin knows how disruptive travel can be to your well-being. But with rejuvenating heavenly beds, nutritious superfoods RX menu, and gear lending for when you leave your workout gear at home, Westin will help you stay in control and rise above it all. Westin, let's rise. Learn more at westin.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Breezy today. Colder, clouds and sunshine. You'll need that coat today. High 36. Partly cloudy, 24 overnight. Currently in Chicago, we have 29 degrees. Next news at 8. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by In the Know with Wealth Management Group, hosted by Craig Bolanos. Heard Sunday mornings at 10.
Good morning, Dan and Amy, coming to you live from Sprovieri's Custom Counters in Addison, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour, and we're pleased to be joined by the namesake, Mr. Chuck Sprovieri. Chuck, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. And thanks for hosting us. This is a great facility you have here. And put out a nice spread of food for us, which, of course, I demand. And it's a pleasure to have you.
Pleasure to be here. I'm at work, so it's not really a pleasure to be here. But
well, you've only, it seems like you're making a go of this. You've been doing it for 45 years. So it looks like this is going to work out for you.
Yeah, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. But, here we are, 45 years, 50 years later.
Yeah, and your father started this company. Tell us how that happened.
He started the business in the late 60s, but he's always been self-employed. He started on a very small scale in the 50s, in the late 50s, and he's a great man. He's my idol. He taught my brother and I everything we know. So
you moved from Elmwood Park to Addison to get away from Sean from Elmwood Park and people like him.
Yeah.
About 25 years ago or so, and you've been at this facility. Tell us what business is like, and a little bit background on the business that you do in the counter space.
Well, we manufacture custom countertops, primarily solid surface materials, which are acrylic, quartz materials, and natural stone materials. We cover all different segments of the business: residential, commercial, kitchen dealers, home remodelers, general contractors, designers.
Yeah, and this is stuff. This is top of the line, though. This is not things that you'll find at Menard or Home Depot.
We consider ourselves a high-end fabrication facility. Yes.
Chuck, Amy considers you a high-end fabrication facility, too, and she's sucking up to see if you can maybe make your way out to Lakeview and do a little renovating of the space.
Because you do flooring as well, right?
We do.
Okay, tell us about this new vinyl flooring that everyone's putting in that looks like hardwood. It's really cool.
Yeah, we just installed some in our office here. We're doing some remodeling here, and it looks like nice stuff. Yeah.
And a little bit about the business, its operation, how many employees you have, and what it's like to do business in Addison and in DuPage County and in the state of Illinois.
Well, it's a lot easier doing business in DuPage County than it is Cook County, which is why we left Cook County to begin with. The taxes were incredible, so I think we've been in Addison for 25 years. But when we left, I believe we were getting like twice the amount of square footage for about half of the tax.
Wow.
So
that is only the spread has only increased over the last 25 years.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. So right now we occupy about 52,000 square feet.
And a number of employees?
140, 150, something like that.
And other family members still in the business too?
Yes, I have two sons. My brother's my partner, and we've been partners since the beginning of time. But my oldest son is here, Joe, who does. He's my purchasing manager. My niece is here, who's has a sales position, and my youngest son is here, who works in our healthcare division.
Wow! So this is high quality stuff. Where do you get your product from?
All over. It's manufactured, all over the country, and some products do come from other parts of the world, particularly the stone products. They eat a lot of stone from Brazil, Italy.
Mm-hmm.
Other than don't set your business up in Cook County, other advice you have for entrepreneurial capitalists like yourself and your family? I mean, there's so many family-owned businesses and so many people that have an entrepreneurial sensibility. And how do they get started? Advice you would have other than don't go into the counterfabricating business because you don't need the competition.
Well, I would say that the thing I'm most proud of is the fact that family businesses are extremely difficult, as you can imagine. And
because they're with your family.
You're with your family.
Right. You're not supposed to do business with your family.
There's no getting away from, But I think my biggest accomplishment is keeping the family together, and we all get along tremendously still, after 45 years.
And you have some very loyal employees that really love and appreciate working here.
Yeah, we've got people here, Amy, that have been here for 30 years, 25 years, 20 years, and really the people we have here is the backbone of the company. I mean, I would say the biggest asset we have as a company is the people that work here.
And since one of the reasons a lot of businesses stay in Chicago Metro, in the collar counties, even if it might be more hospitable to do business in another state, is because of the relationships, because of the talent of the labor pool, because there are a lot of good people here, even if maybe they're not in positions of policymaking authority.
Mm-hmm. Well, our business is local. I get calls all the time from... In fact, I got a call earlier this week from South Carolina that wanted us to relocate, and I get calls from Indiana, and we're a local business. We've had a lot of success here. Chicago's it's a big city. There's a lot of business to be had there.
So what do they say when they try to woo you to say South Carolina or Indiana? What's in it for you?
It's all about the taxes.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna.
Do they do a tax comparison of how much you would save?
I usually don't get that far with them because I don't want to.
You shut them down, right?
Yeah, I just don't.
You don't mess with my
You don't want
family.
to weep openly on the phone.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
So the governor is giving his budget address this afternoon. If you could tell Bruce Rauner one thing or two things you think would be really helpful to businesses like yours in Illinois that he should pursue or continue to pursue, maybe he's pursuing it, what would that be?
That's a tough question. I don't know. That we haven't had a budget in 3 years. I would. You guys need to compromise. I don't know what the answer is. I really don't.
All right. Well, that qualifies you to be a member of the General Assembly.
There you go.
Chuck Sprovieri. Now, I don't know if you've heard, but Amy likes to do cartoonish caricatures of persons of Italian descent.
Mm-hmm.
And so, if you want her to insult your ancestry, she's right here. She's happy to do it.
Well, let me bring my Uncle Vito in.
Is that the guy with the cane in
That's him.
in the hallway?
That's him.
Yeah.
That's him.
Okay.
He's the
Stop
guy.
busting my onions.
He's
over
back
here.
making the meatballs. All right, Chuck Sprovieri. And now I pronounce it correctly, as you noted when we talked offline, because I'm from the old country. Sprovieri.
Now you're Italian?
Sprovieri is the right pronunciation.
Sprovieri.
Right, but it's been Americanized to Sprovieri.
I'm very impressed, Dan.
Thank you very much. That's all. See, was that so hard? That's all I needed. I just need that affirmation. Dan and Amy coming to you live from Sprovieri's Custom Counters in Addison, part of our AM560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
And for throwing me under a bus. Nice working with you. Today, breezy, colder, but plenty of sunshine. 28 degrees right now at O'Hare, going up to a high of 36 degrees. And tomorrow, breezy with clouds and some sun, but it will be warmer, a high of 42 degrees. Let's go to our Alarm Detection System Traffic Center. Very busy man this morning. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Amy, my godfather Jimmy would like to talk with you, too, on the inbound Kennedy. Just for you, it's a pretty rough commute. An hour and 20 minutes O'Hare to downtown on the Kennedy. It's 45 minutes from Montrose, 38 in the Express, outbound 38 minutes downtown to the airport. Eden's 26 minutes Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 27. The Eisenhower, an hour and 9 minutes Thorndale to downtown, outbound 52 minutes. The Stevenson, an hour and 8 minutes, 3:55 to the Drive, outbound 38 minutes. The Ryan, 32 minutes, 95th to downtown. Southbound Lakeshore Drive is jammed, Hollywood to North Avenue, 40 minutes, Hollywood to Monroe. The tollways have some delays. Tri-State southbound now slow, Washington to Eau Plaine, and 31st to Ogden with a crash on the left shoulder. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Hey, check this out. Once again, MyPillow sweetened the deal. In addition to the Mike Lindell 4-pack special with 40% off 2 premium MyPillows plus 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows, you also get free shipping. In fact, you'll get free shipping off any order over $100. So remember, Mike Lindell invented MyPillow for everybody with pillow-related sleep issues. You can move the patented fill to give you the exact support you need regardless of sleep position. You'll get into deep sleep faster and stay there longer. No waking up to a stiff neck or headache. They're made in the US of A, and there's a 10-year warranty on those bad boys. It's washable, dryable. There's a 60-day money-back guarantee. Again, for a limited time, you'll receive Mike Lindell's 4-pack special of 40% off plus free shipping. So call 1-800-489-0201 and use the promo code Amy to receive this unreal deal. Now, if you've been putting off purchasing a MyPillow, it's time to finally start getting a great night's sleep. I know I do. So go to MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201 and use the promo code Amy.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Chuck Sprovieri, CEO of Sprovieri's Custom Counters, a Chicagoland manufacturer of residential and commercial countertops. If there's a local commercial bank who knows how to get a deal done, it's Signature Bank. When my brother and I needed it, Signature Bank came through with a creative financing solution. That's because Signature Bank has experience working with companies like ours, a second-generation, family-owned and operated manufacturer. Our business matters to Signature Bank, and that comes through in every visit and every phone call with their team, right up to the bank's co-founders, Kevin, Mick, and Brian. Sprovieri's is proud to bank with Signature Bank.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Townstone Financial is synonymous with great rates, low closing costs, and phenomenal service to the thousands who have completed purchases and refinances with us since 2002. Hi, my name is Barry Sterner, owner of Townstone Financial. Let's hear about the Townstone experience from one of our customers.
With my house here in Chicago, you guys did my first mortgage, and then we just did the second one on a refi. You told me, hey, I can get your rates down and have zero out-of-pocket costs. I'm like, okay, why not? It's been an amazing process. I wouldn't have done this if I didn't believe in you guys. You guys are amazing from the beginning to the end. From the communication, replies are within like 10-20 minutes if you're not in another phone call or something. Signing all the paperwork, it's just on point.
Remember, nobody values your business more than Townstone Financial, and I'm always available to answer your questions. Call me now, Barry Sterner, at 312-896-2111. That's 312-896-2111, or go to townstone.com. That's TOWNSTONE.com.
Townstone Financials, Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Florida, Illinois, mortgage licensee 6629 and NMLS 136639. Equal housing lender.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy coming to you live from Sprovieri's Custom Counters in Addison, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour. And Amy, this is interesting news. According to story at Vox.com, liberals on Match.com aren't in the mood to date since the election of one Donald J. Trump. 29% of the site's liberal users say they're less interested in dating.
Because they're still grieving. And when you grieve, you do things out of character, you become depressed, and you just don't date.
Doesn't that say something about the left, that their worldview is so government-centric that the election of a president they disagree with can so
affect their
categorically
psyche.
affect their lives?
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't happy about Barack Obama's election, but I carried on with my meaningless existence regardless.
They can't carry on, and then anything somebody from the right says, they try to attack them on.
Do you think
it's just sick?
Do you think there may be a decline in the liberal dating because people have seen the liberal performance art at the Women's P March and the asses out in front of Trump Tower last weekend, and maybe they're like, you know what? That's not my speed. That's not a fun first date. I don't want to be screeched at by somebody with genitalia on their head. I don't want somebody dropping their pants in a whimsical way. I'd rather just, I don't know, go to a movie or have dinner or something.
I don't know. And the left's not listening to Joy Vila records. She wore the Make America Great Again dress.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And now she's getting death threats. People are calling her a whore online, threatening to kill her, calling her an Uncle Tom. And I mean, it's just despicable. You should read all this whole string of tweets of hate from the liberal left. Just because she wore a Make America Great Again dress, and she's supporting, let's support the president. Yeah. He's been chosen president, so now let's get behind him. We don't have to support him, but we have to respect the office of the presidency.
Yeah,
and they're throwing insane words, F you, and it's awful.
All that is being revealed is what everyone should have understood for many, many moons, which is that the left is fueled by hate. It's the left hate mongers. But here, I'm going to rise above that and offer a way that maybe some leftists can get together. Even though I'm not necessarily promoting their procreation, but there is a new movie out, The Young Marks. It's premiered at the Berlin Film Festival, so maybe some of these young communist agitators get together, kind of just escape to a movie theater for a couple of hours.
Lick their wounds and just pretend it didn't happen.
Yeah, pretend Trump's not president. Pretend you've got a communist dictator and you're living in a totalitarian state like you want. And go see a young Karl Marx flick. What about that? I'm just trying to help. Dan and Amy, Chicago's Morning Answer.
It's what Chicago is talking about. It's Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy on AM 560. The Answer.
This is Dan Proft with 60 Seconds of Sanity, brought to you by Upstream-Ideas.com. Much attention is focused on the totalitarian re-education camps that college campuses have become, but it's in K-12 where the indoctrination has generally begun. A case study is New Trier High School, a top public high school in Illinois that enjoys a national reputation because of its many famous graduates. Black students account for less than 1% of New Trier's student body. To make up for its diversity deficit, the high school's $420,000 a year superintendent instituted a mandatory racial rights seminar day during Black History Month. A review of the seminar's offerings reveals the Black Lives Matter directed sessions to be among the more measured, amid those that characterize the Chicago police as perpetrators of urban genocide, and Colin Kaepernick's bended knee as something that should be immortalized in bronze. A parents group objected to the one-sidedness of the program, suggesting conservative black speakers to broaden the perspectives for consideration by students. That notion was summarily rejected. Just as Bob's Country Bunker and the Blues Brothers featured both kinds of music, country and western, so one of the country's best high schools features both kinds of public K-12 education, virtue signaling and bigot baiting.
Hey, there's a lot of talk right now about school choice. Well, if you've always felt like you didn't really have a choice to send your kids to a private school because of the cost, then listen up. We want to tell you about halfpriceschools.com. At halfpriceschools.com, you can find local private schools from all over the Chicago area that are offering vouchers for a full year of tuition at, you guessed it, half the price with no catch. Find a school near you, purchase that tuition voucher, and prepare to send your child off to school next fall. It's that simple. HalfPriceSchools.com has schools located all across the Chicago area, including Romeoville, LaSalle, Peru, Kankakee, Chicago, Arlington Heights. So make private school a real option for your family for the first time, but do not wait. These vouchers will sell out. Visit HalfPriceSchools.com today. That's HalfPriceSchools.com.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I was diagnosed with congestive heart failure. I went from being able to work 14, 16 hours a day with no problem to where I could barely walk a block to the store. I went on to the phytonutrients about 6 months ago, and within a couple of months, my medical doctor had cut my prescriptions down in a little bit smaller dosage. The next time I went back a month later, I walked into the doctor's office and he says, "My gosh, what's happened to you? You don't even look like the same person." He looked at my legs and the swelling had gone down. My blood pressure was down. The venous stasis ulcers that I had had on my legs for the last 4 or 5 years because of the poor circulation were all healed, and I'm feeling far better.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Charges filed in the shooting death of that 11-year-old young girl, and we'll talk about Chicago violence more generally at 8:08.
And why Facebook Live should be shut down. We have another graphic local example. But first, into the newsroom we go. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, 2 police officers hurt during a car chase in Chicago. We'll have that report. And a 2-year-old boy and a man killed, a woman wounded in a Chicago shooting. Woman carjacked at gunpoint in Naperville. We'll have an update on that story. And the Bulls beat the Raptors last night. WIND Chicago News Time, 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. Very un-American. That's what President Trump has just tweeted, saying the real scandal going on now is classified information is illegally given out by quote-unquote intelligence like candy. This after his NSA advisor resigned after leaked details emerged of Michael Flynn's phone calls with Russia's ambassador in December, showing he misled the White House about those discussions. Now other leaks are in the New York Times. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, Republicans and Democrats are calling for dueling investigations amid the Times report that claims campaign workers, including former Chair Paul Manafort, had regular contact with Russian intelligence officials during President Trump's campaign. Democrats want to explore possible connections between the White House and Russia, while Republicans want to know who's leaking information. President Trump is pointing the finger at the intelligence community, tweeting information is being illegally given to the failing at New York Times and at Washington Post by the intelligence community, NSA, and FBI, just like Russia. Dave.
Rachel, a Russian spy ship spotted off the Delaware coast yesterday is now just 30 miles offshore from Connecticut, though it is in international waters. This as NATO leader Jens Stoltenberg says he is worried about the U.S. report Russia has secretly deployed a cruise missile that would violate a nuclear treaty.
Any non-compliance with the INF Treaty will be of great concern.
President Trump will hold a news conference in a few hours with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Then the two will hold a private meeting.
While the Trump administration has pledged greater support for Israel, there are still questions as to how much the U.S. will back Israeli settlement building or a peace deal with Palestinians involving a separate country for Palestinians.
Fox's Rich Edson. 2 senior Palestinian officials say CIA Director Mike Pompeo held secret talks in the West Bank yesterday with their leader Mahmoud Abbas. There's news out on the economy. Inflation crept up at the fastest pace last month in nearly 4 years. Consumer prices rose 0.6%. Retail sales were 0.4% higher. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
27 degrees, clouds and sunshine. 8:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Mayor Rahm Emanuel says federal officials will be in Chicago next week, continuing their work with the Chicago Police Department. Justice Department visit follows a report by the agency that found systemic problems within the department. Authorities are searching for suspects following a deadly shooting on Lakeshore Drive. Police say a man was driving a Lexus early this morning when his car was driven into the median after someone in another vehicle shot him near Fullerton Avenue. Now, the victim was pronounced dead between the hospital and 2 other people in the vehicle were not injured. All southbound lanes for a time were blocked between Belmont and Chicago as police investigated. A pair of police officers recovering following a car chase in Chicago. Authorities were trying to stop an SUV last night in the Lawndale neighborhood when the driver took off. 2 officers chased the SUV, collided later with an Uber driver in the 1500 block of West Roosevelt Road. Both officers are hospitalized in good condition. No one in custody following a Chicago shooting that killed a toddler and a man and wounded a pregnant woman. Levante White, his aunt, and another man were shot inside a vehicle yesterday on South Kenneth Avenue. The boy and the man both died after being hospitalized. The woman and her unborn baby are expected to survive. All eyes are on Springfield today as Illinois Governor Bruce Rauner proposes a third annual budget that may likely be shelved by the legislature like his first two. Bulls beat the Raptors 105-94 last night. The news a service of the Foundation for a Better Life. When Marlon Shirley was 5, he lost his foot today. As the world's fastest amputee, he runs the 100 meters in less time than it takes to listen to this. Overcoming Pass It On from the Foundation for a Better Life at values.com. 8:04. Time for the AM 560 Business Beat from the Fox Business Network, a service of TurnKey.pro. Here's Ginny Casola.
From the Fox Business Network, Warren Buffett's investment in Apple stock at the end of last year could have made him more than $1 billion. MarketWatch says Buffett loaded up on Apple stock at the end of last year. His Berkshire Hathaway went from more than 15 million Apple shares to 57 million. Apple's stock closed at record levels yesterday for a second day. PepsiCo is reporting a mixed quarter. Pepsi's beverage sales in North America increased, so did its Frito-Lay sales. A federal court is endorsing Volkswagen's settlement with drivers of 3-liter engines included in the diesel emissions scandal. The settlement was worked out between the company, lawyers, government agencies, and the Justice Department. But VW still faces private lawsuits and other government investigations. The Dow closed up 92 yesterday, NASDAQ up 18, S&P up 9, all at records. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Ginny Cosola.
8:05 in Chicago. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The C.H. Hansen Company stands proud as a great American hand tool manufacturer. Founder C.H. Hansen was a Chicago native, and the company remains family-owned and operated for over a century and a half. C.H. Hansen wishes to thank their employees for their service and customers for their business. C.H. Hansen offers over 2,000 products, stock and custom order in 8 product categories, including steel stamps, stencils, metal tags, barricade and flagging tapes, plus Palmgren, makers of work-holding vices and metalworking machinery. Although business, products, customers, and the industry have changed, the leadership of C.H. Hansen continues to attribute success on the founding principles of faith and quality tools. The mission of C.H. Hansen is to glorify God by the way that they serve their customers, treat employees, and help community. This is accomplished by providing valued products, exemplary customer service, and operation excellence. Visit chhansen.com or palmgren.com for more information.
I'm Nick Soboleski, a Select Quote agent with a true story that could save you hundreds of dollars a year. A woman named Linda just called. Her husband, Ray, has a $300,000 group life insurance policy, but is changing jobs and can't take it with him. Well, I impartially shopped the highly rated term life insurance companies we represent and found Ray, who is 41 and takes medication to control his cholesterol, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $26 a month. That's almost twice the coverage for less than half of what he had paid. If SelectQuote hasn't shopped for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 1-800-348-2121. That's 1-800-348-2121. 1-800-348-2121. Or go to SelectQuote.com. We shop, you save. Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your price can vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors. Not available in all states.
8:07. Let's get an update on the roads. Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center time. Here's Jim.
Thanks, Mike. The inbound Kennedy is jammed. Austin to the Burn Circle, an hour and 14 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. 44 minutes from Montrose, 38 in the Express. Outbound 38 to O'Hare. Eden's 24 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 26. The Eisenhower. An hour and 16 minutes. Thorndale to the Post Office. An hour from Manheim. Outbound 54 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 10 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 40 minutes. Ryan, 33 minutes. 95th to downtown. Southbound Lakeshore Drive. Really heavy Hollywood to North Avenue. 40 minutes. Hollywood to Monroe. Northbound both 31st to the Stevenson. Southbound Tri-State, stop and go 31st to Ogden with a crash on the left side. Northbound, very heavy, Harlem to the Mylong Bridge, from the Stevenson to Ogden, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Breezy and colder today with intervals of clouds and sunshine. High today 35. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 24. Tomorrow, clouds and breaks of sun, high 41 and a low 30. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently in Chicago, 29 degrees. Your next news update is at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by HealthQuest Radio with Dr. David Kolbaba. HealthQuest Radio is heard Saturday mornings at 11 o'clock here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
We got to a point not based on a legal issue, but based on a trust issue, where the level of trust between the president and General Flynn had eroded to the point where he felt he had to make a change.
The president is very loyal. He's a very loyal person, and by night's end, Mike Flynn had decided it was best to resign. He knew he'd become a lightning rod, and he made that decision.
While you're out enjoying your holiday, a 2-year-old boy was just shot and killed. I'm sick of it, and I know Chicago is sick of it. I just hope that our legislative partners are sick of it.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Dan and Amy, good morning. We're coming to you live from Sprovieri's Custom Counters in Addison, Illinois. You're allowed to clap.
You guys can clap.
AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour, beautiful facility. We talked to Chuck Sprovieri, the operator, the head honcho, the big cheese, numero uno, the big toe at Sprovieri's here, and wonderful business and employs some 140 hardworking individuals trying to make a go of it. And the state we call Illinois. At the bottom of the hour, we'll talk to Diana Rickard from the Illinois Policy Institute to preview the governor's budget address scheduled for this afternoon. But Amy, yesterday, one of those young girls, 11-year-old Takia Holmes, who was shot in the head over the weekend in Parkway Gardens on the south side, she died.
Yeah, she died at 8 a.m. and her family was surrounded with her. One of her family members is Andre Holmes, the community activist.
Uh-huh.
That's her cousin, his cousin.
Okay. There actually has been charges filed in this case. 19-year-old Antoine Jones is charged with first-degree murder in that young girl's shooting death, a black 11-year-old girl, a 19-year-old young black man. So not to get into the racial discussion, but to get into the discussion that you heard at the top with that individual saying, I'm sick of it. Are you sick of it? I hope our legislative partners are sick of it. I'm not sure which legislative partners that gentleman is talking about, but are you sick of it? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. And I asked that question, are you sick of it in terms of motivated to do something about it, not sick of hearing about it, not inured to it, sick of it such that you're going to demand change from the civilian political leadership because that's where it's going to start or not start.
Well, Superintendent Eddie Johnson said he's sick of it, and he echoed, too, the need for legislators to do something.
I'm sick of it, and I know Chicago is sick of it. I just hope that our legislative partners are sick of it.
Yeah, okay. So Superintendent Johnson, policymaker, leader, I hope our legislative leaders are sick about it such that they do fill in the blank.
Well, he said that there was proposed legislation that was supposed to take place in January about repeat gun offenders, and that has not happened yet. So he thinks that will solve the crime problem and the homicide rate, but that won't. And what I'm personally saying, because yesterday we had, again, a pregnant woman was babysitting her 2-year-old nephew in a car with her gangbanger boyfriend.
And just before you get to that, so somebody texted me, a friend texted me, and said that 11-year-old girl died, and I said I had heard. Mm-hmm. And I said, the madness is going to continue. And then 2 hours later, this.
Yeah, a pregnant woman. Again, she was 6 months pregnant, in the car, her babysitting her 2-year-old nephew, and she's with her gangbanger boyfriend, and somebody comes up and unloads 12 rounds on the car. The 2-year-old is killed instantly. It's so sad. The gangbanger is killed. She's shot, but she'll be fine. But she was Facebook living all of this. And so just hear the chaos and the craziness. She's running.
Rick, mommy. Rika, they shot us there. Hey, me my oh my God! Come get my phone, mama, please. Come and get that, please. No. I didn't even do anything.
Now she's back outside. Her mom's reporting it.
Did you guys see anything or heard
No,
anything?
he just pulled up. He seen the police.
Okay.
You need to lay down.
So just over there. Come on. I'm telling them.
Damn.
You need to lay down.
The woman crying that you hear in hysterics is the pregnant woman whose 2-year-old nephew was shot and Facebooked it. And I have to tell you,
Shot and killed.
Pardon?
Shot and killed.
She's fine, but yeah, shot and killed her nephew.
The 2-year-old.
The 2-year-old's dead.
Yes, that's what I wanted
and
to
the
establish.
gangbanger is dead, and he was targeted because he is a known gangbanger. And I really think that it's the disgusting side, it's the coarsening of our society that this Facebook Live is taking place. I mean, I want Facebook Live to be shut down because she was recording on that for a reason. Why? It's the whole look at me mentality. She was in a hot spot. That's what police were calling it. Where I think she thought, I'm conjecture on my part, that something was going to go down, so she decided to Facebook it live. I mean, it's this whole look at me mentality, this whole reality. Everybody wants to be a reality TV star, and they'll get fame, and people will know them if they Facebook live it. I mean, look at the 4 gangbanger thugs who terrorized the special needs kid. They Facebook lived it. Then you have Jedediah Brown, an activist who decided to try and kill himself on Sunday, shut down Lakeshore Drive and had a gun to his head. And everybody, all this admiration, all these prayers, we love you. I mean, and he had 43,000 hits. So I just think that they're using Facebook Live as a tool to promote this violence.
And so you want the government to shut down Facebook Live?
We don't need it. We have done fine without Facebook Live.
Well, I mean, we don't need the combustion engine either. Human beings existed before that. That's not the issue of what we need. The issue is, do you think the government, because when you say we don't need it, shut it down, who is shutting it down? You're saying the government should censor Facebook.
Yes. And they should get rid of Facebook Live. That should not be an option. You can, YouTube, you shoot something, then you edit it, and then you put it on YouTube.
So it would be materially different if all of that just occurred on Facebook Live had been recorded and posted on YouTube. That's different?
It gives gangbangers another reason to go out and kill their enemies. Oh, maybe they'll Facebook Live it. We'll gain some notoriety.
Yeah, but I'm not clear. What is the difference between Facebook Live and YouTube in terms of impact? Since we're just talking about symptoms, not problem, not the disease. If we're just going to try and address symptoms, how is YouTube different than Facebook Live?
Because YouTube, you have to shoot it and then upload it onto YouTube.
Well, I understand how it works differently, but live versus recording it and posting it, what is the disparate impact of that?
Well, recording something live, it's just you're becoming part of a reality TV show that you want to be. Everybody wants to be the reality TV show star.
Well, there are YouTube stars who have more viewers than a lot of network television shows who make millions of dollars in advertisements because they have so many followers. So in terms of influence, at least at present, if that's what we're going to do, we're going to censor based on influence.
But they're not doing anything illegal.
Well, but that's not the issue, because a lot of other people who use Facebook Live aren't doing anything illegal either. See, the problem with your contention, I think, is that the channel is value neutral. You can read children's stories live on Facebook Live, or you can...
Nobody's going to follow you if you do that.
Well,
but if you're getting shot at in a car, then suddenly you have tens of thousands of followers.
The decision that people make is different. The channel has nothing to do with the underlying decision. It's a value-neutral means of communicating.
I don't know, does anyone agree with me? 312-642-5.
No,
wait, 312-642-5600.
No one agrees with you.
Is our TurnKey.pro.
There are a lot of callers and texters, and nobody agrees with you.
Nobody agrees that they should shut down Facebook Live.
We're giving you a chance to come back to our free society.
No.
You're not coming back?
No, not coming back.
All right.
I'm not crossing over.
Okay.
Shut it down.
Dan on the Northwest Side, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, you know, the thing I see about the murder rate is there's no concentrated effort to bust the murderers. I mean, when they took 58 hostages in Iran many years ago, that created Nightline. Where's the local TV station doing a half hour every night covering these murders? I mean, nobody is covering these murders.
They need more than a half hour.
Thanks for the call, Dan. Wait a second. Nobody's covering murders on the nightly news. That's all network affiliate news covers.
Yeah, I know. And that Facebook Live that I just shared with you is going to be national by 5 o'clock tonight.
MSNBC did a town hall last Friday night on Chicago and the crosshairs. The President of the United States is talking about violence in Chicago. This is an international story. This isn't being covered. No, it's being obsessively covered. But it's being covered in the same way, with the same mouthpieces, with the same tired old non-solutions. It's not about coverage. Lenny in Inglewood, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, Dan, could you please explain to me and your audience why with all the murders in Chicago, none of your politicians, particularly in the black neighborhoods, would bring back the death penalty?
Okay. Thanks for the call, Lenny. The death penalty.
Capital punishment. I'm all for it.
I'm an opponent of the death penalty, but here's the issue. There's a predicate issue. Last year, of the 800 murders, the 3,500 shootings, I mean, thinking about just the incidence of violence, 25-year high.
How many were caught?
Because the left is rationalizing this now. Oh, violent crime per capita, Chicago is, well down the list. Oh, okay. 800, 3,500. Do those lives matter? 25-year high in Chicago. Is a longitudinal comparison relevant? More in raw numbers, murders and shootings than in L.A. and New York combined, 5 times the population of Chicago. Is that relevant? I mean, the left's rationalizations, Tiny Dancer's rationalizations, the black politicians' rationalizations.
Well,
but just the predicate on the death penalty is last year, 15% of the homicides cleared.
Yeah, that's it.
So you can't execute or put in prison for life somebody that you don't hold accountable for the murder.
And you on the north side, if you don't think that this is coming to you, there was a gang shooting last night at Fullerton and Lakeshore Drive. 1 man killed, a 20-year-old. Right. Gang-related shooting. So it is coming to a neighborhood near you.
Well, that's right. The fallacy that
only happens on the west side.
Well, and that the whole city can burn down around a half a dozen wards, and it's not going to impact you. It's not going to come. It's not going to get to your neighborhood.
I think someone agrees with me on line 3, maybe.
Oh, Verlin. What has happened to Verlin? Oh, no. Verlin on the south side. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
How y'all doing today? Amy, you don't know how right you are. It's all shock value. See me. Look at me mentality. Everybody wants to be a reality star, just like you said. I'm telling you, that's why I hate reality TV. People, I don't know what it is, but people want instant gratification for any reason, and that's exactly what they're looking to that for. But shock value right then, what's going on right now, instantaneously.
Yes,
Amy,
Verlin.
I agree with you. Shut it
Verlin,
down.
you're both right about the culture issue, but do you agree with Amy that the government should shut down Facebook Live?
It promotes it. I go back to the neighborhood and talk to, certain people that I know that used to be babies and now they grown men and they committing crimes. Listen, Dan, they record it. They're recording crimes that they're going to end up getting locked up for, but they want to be seen. I'm telling you, she's right. Amy's right. It promotes it, Dan. You just don't know. It's part of the culture now.
Thanks for the call, Verlin. Donna on the south side.
Hi. Thanks for taking my call. No, although I do understand what Amy's saying, I don't agree with her. But the other part of this is, this woman was in the car with her gangbanger boyfriend. She jeopardized and placed her unborn child and her nephew at a very high risk by hanging out with this person. And so if you socialize, if you condone, and you're proud to be dating a gangbanger, how is it that we don't prosecute some of these people for their neglect of safety for children? And I'm not saying that we should come down as a communist nation, but at some point we need to start telling our children this is not acceptable.
Thanks for the call, Donna.
And I was thinking the same thing. And in the Facebook Live post, you can see the sweet child in the back seat. It just breaks your heart. Ugh.
Marty on the northwest side.
Yeah, hi. Thanks for taking my call. Two things. One is, where's all the protesting? You know, Trump sneezes, and all of a sudden there's thousands of people protesting all around the country. None of that's happening with all the things that are happening, and it's all related to gangs. Why don't we work on gangs, make them illegal, or, you know, find out who the gang leaders are and just take them down like they're organizations that, you know, I just don't understand what the benefit is of the gangs anymore and why we can't do anything about it.
Well, they know who the gang leaders are. I mean, they know.
Yeah, there's a prosecution
Within
issue.
Of shootings, they know who's who.
They do. There's no question. We both know commanders of different districts. I did a ride-along a couple of months ago, and they know exactly what the police know exactly what's going on when it's going on. One, they need better backing from the civilian political leadership. Number two, they need a more aggressive prosecutor's office that doesn't deal out repeat violent offenders, repeat gun offenders. That's one of the things that Superintendent Johnson's been talking about, among others. Mm-hmm. So there are things that can be done in addition to working the logic of the tiny dancer argument, rationalization, really. This is concentrated violent activity in a few neighborhoods. Okay, well, we have 12,000 Chicago police officers. If it's just a few neighborhoods, and if it's concentrated activity, then bring overwhelming force to bear in those few neighborhoods. You can't have it both ways. You can't say, I need more resources. We're working on it. We're trying. It's not as bad as you think. That's essentially what they're saying, the classic three-step of a Chicago Democrat. A lot of blame to go around. It's not as bad as you think. We're working on it. That's their answer to everything. But if the logic is it's just a few neighborhoods, which is what they want the rest of the city to believe so people don't freak out when they walk down Michigan Avenue or go to Navy Pier, which is what they really care about, the politicians.
Tourism rules.
Then bring overwhelming force to bear on those handful of neighborhoods, and this should be snuffed out substantially overnight, shouldn't it? Ed and LaGrange, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Amy, you're so consistent and amazes me every day I listen to you. I think you're missing the point. These Facebook Live things, they actually help the police. Those 4 gangbangers that terrorized the disabled student, I doubt the police would have arrested those guys within an hour if the idiots didn't put it on Facebook.
True.
This woman yesterday, she said she knew something was about to happen. Amy, how do you know that?
She's with a well-known gangbanger who's had death threats. She put her life in jeopardy, her unborn baby's life, and she killed her nephew. By making a dumb decision.
Yeah, but I think on the Facebook Live issue, though, I mean, he's pointing out the post hoc ergo propter hoc logical fallacy.
Oh, I had that for dinner. Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah.
You should do a little Bernays with that.
Okay.
Is the way to properly that, which is wet sidewalks cause rain. Facebook Live causes the violence. No. It's just a portal to celebrate it.
Well, and that Facebook posting, that live Facebook, you couldn't see the perpetrators. You could just hear the shots because then the phone fell down. So,
Joe on the northwest side, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, hi guys. There's no politician, no gun laws are going to help this. The only thing I think is going to help is that the people of the churches are going to have to infiltrate these areas and put hearts back into these people again, these kids again, because there's no families, no parents, they have no hearts. And they're going to keep doing this until they get a heart.
Thanks
and that's just what I feel.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Joe. It's an important point you raised, and I just share this story. I have a friend who's an emergency room nurse. This has happened to her multiple times. A teenager will come in with a gunshot wound, and there is no parent. There is no parent that can be reached. On more than one occasion, she has sent a shooting victim home in a cab and paid for the cab fare. So how do you solve that? But then again, the left tells me mom and dad don't matter. Okay. Dan and Amy coming to you live from Sprovieri's Custom Counters in Addison, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
When I hear realtors boast about servicing a 3-county area or selling a home every 15 minutes, I think, what level of service could their clients possibly be getting? This is Chris Jacobs with Century 21 affiliated in Inverness, and my message is a little bit different. If being a realtor for more than 20 years has taught me one thing, it's that all real estate is local. While I can't say I'm the number one realtor in the country, I can tell you that over the past 10 years, I've sold more homes in Inverness than anyone else. My team specializes in Inverness, Palatine, and Arlington Heights. We pride ourselves on providing our clients exceptional customer service and local market knowledge. So if you're selling your home or looking to purchase a property in our area, then call me, Chris Jacobs, at 847-401-4859. That's 847-401-4859. Or visit us at chrisjacobshomes.com.
Each office independently owned and operated, an equal housing opportunity.
All right, I've got another another person who agrees with Amy. Dennis writes, I'm a gay Tea Party conservative. Today's my 39th birthday. Happy birthday, Dennis. Facebook is a socialist organization. Facebook Live does more harm than good.
Oh, thank you. Maybe he'll want to come on our trip because less than 1 month, that's all the time you have left to book your trip to join us and Joe Walsh in Punta Cana this spring. So stop procrastinating and book that trip today. We'll be staying at the Secrets Cap Cana Resort and Spa in Punta Cana. It's a brand new resort, adults only, 5 restaurants, gourmet restaurants, 7 bars, which we hope is enough for Dan Proft. There's also 24-hour-a-day room service for when you want to order a cheeseburger at midnight after a long day of drinking at the pool. So whether you want to sit by the pool and enjoy a cold drink, smoke a cigar, or hit the beach and enjoy some volleyball with me, there's something in it for everyone. So get more information and book your trip by visiting 560theanswer.com, keyword passport. That's 560theanswer.com/passport. But hurry, time is running out. Secure this exclusive price from Apple Vacations, and we want Kevin Bastuga to come with us. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, I'm sorry, I'm making out with Kevin Bastuga.
Oh, gosh. Edward James Olmos all over again. Diana Ricker from the Illinois Policy Institute will join us to answer the question, is Governor Rauner still aimed to shake up Springfield, or has Springfield shook up him? That's at 8:38.
And later, the most honest obituary ever. But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
30 degrees, partly sunny skies. Winds are gusting out of the north at 11. Gives us a wind chill of 16 above this morning. House Democrats are calling for a full investigation into the events surrounding the resignation of National Security Advisor Michael Flynn. Republican House Speaker Paul Ryan says the president was right to give the boot to Flynn.
If you have a national security advisor that was misleading to officials in the White House, like the vice president, and if that person has lost the trust of the president should let him go, ask for his resignation.
Flynn resigned amid questions about whether he discussed Moscow sanctions with the Russian ambassador before the inauguration. The White House says the president wants Mideast peace but will not advocate for a two-state solution for Israelis and Palestinians. Emergency officials believe repair work will keep spillways from the Oroville Dam from collapsing even more. As rain moves into Northern California, evacuees who are being allowed to return to communities below the dam are on flood watch again today. 56,000 U.S. bridges have structural problems and need help. That according to a new report released today by the American Road and Transportation Builders Association. Authorities are searching for suspects following a deadly shooting on Lakeshore Drive this morning near Fullerton. A pair of police officers recovering after a car chase in Chicago ends up with a crash on West Roosevelt Road. Illinois Governor Bruce Rauner proposes a third annual budget likely to be shelved by the General Assembly like his first two. And a 15-year prison sentence has been handed to one of 6 people charged with dismembering a missing Champaign woman whose remains were found last year in a central Illinois lake. Chicago sports. Bulls turned back the Raptors 105-94 last night. The news a service of LifeLock. Grabbing coffee or breakfast, if you swipe your card, you leave a trail of digital information thieves can use to steal your identity. Ever hear of LifeLock? Their U.S.-based team of specialists help resolve identity theft problems. Go to LifeLock.com now. Promo code RISK. Save 10%. 8:33 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next. on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher believes this is just the beginning of the bashing from the left.
They're in a full-fledged attack. It is nonstop, and it's going to get way worse before it gets better. Are you ready for it? Or are you afraid people are going to start throwing in the towel? They're going to try to beat him and beat his agenda by wearing us down. We're going to be subjected to this crap day in and day out.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Come by Discount Tire this Friday and Saturday for incredible President's Day deals. Save up to $320 on select tire and wheel packages purchased with Discount Tire credit. Thank you, Discount Tire.
Hi, I'm Mary Beth. I had a failed root canal and it was causing me pain. Dr. Neruzzi took care of my tooth and I got my implant, and then I had another after that fail and he did that one as well. Places they'll tell you just, get the implant the day you get your tooth extracted. We'll do it all in one day. And he believes you do it all the right way, and he knows what he's doing, and he has an eye for detail that other dentists or periodontists do not have. There's no surprises because it's scary as it is, but he made it really, really comfortable. They're very accommodating to people that cannot afford to have it done. I would recommend Dr. Neruzzi to anybody, and I have given Dr. Neruzzi referrals, and I would refer him to anybody that's missing teeth.
This is Dr. Neruzzi. I personally guarantee your happiness with your implants. Go to implantsforme.com.
For missing teeth, dental implants are wonderful. The advantages are fantastic. Just remember, implantsforme.com. Implantsforme.com.
There's bound to be a good reason when a local startup company becomes an industry leader in only 5 years. Chicago Cut Concrete Cutting achieved this success by offering highly skilled professional services at highly competitive prices. Business owners, project managers, field supervisors, and procurement managers from many of Chicagoland's top companies depend on Chicago Cut Concrete Cutting. They specialize in industrial, heavy highway, and commercial projects requiring concrete cutting, core drilling, as well as wall, slab, chain, wire, and ring sawing. Chicago Cut Concrete Cutting will complete your project on time and on budget. Demolition and sealing services such as silicone and hot tar are also available. For an estimate or questions about your project needs, call Chicago Cut Concrete Cutting, the cutting edge in concrete cutting today at 773-282-2CUT. That's 773-282-2288. Or visit ChicagoCutConcreteCutting.com.
You need to switch your cell phone service to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile was founded to support conservative causes while providing the same great nationwide cell phone coverage that you're already used to enjoying. Patriot Mobile allows you to donate up to 5% of your monthly bill to the conservative organization of your choice at no extra cost to you. Do what I'm doing. Do like me. Switch to Patriot Mobile and support the conservative agenda. Switch today and get a free iPhone with a $50 unlimited talk, text, and data plan, or a free Galaxy phone with a $45 unlimited talk, text, and data plan. They will also buy out your current contract up to $500 per line. There's no catch. Call 800-A-PATRIOT, and Patriot Mobile will even waive your activation fee with promo code Joe. Or go to patriotmobile.com/Joe.
There are two kinds of pain. Pain that goes away and the worst kind, chronic pain. If you suffer from chronic pain, life is not complete and it can be miserable. Unfortunately, most people use narcotics that mask the pain. You need to find the source of the chronic pain and get relief.
This is Dr. Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. We're serious players in the management of pain, and our team are national leaders, as well as being educators in the treatment of pain. We will work with you to diminish or eliminate your pain and help you get your life back. You know, there's a nationwide narcotics epidemic, and people are too quick to mask over chronic pain instead of looking for the cause and treating or eliminating the pain. Contact us. We will help you.
Go to mypainchicago.com. Call and make an appointment with some of the best pain people in the nation, located here in Chicago. mypainchicago.com. You or someone you know suffers. End the suffering of chronic pain. mypainchicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
8:37, and a check of the roads in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center with Jim.
Like the inbound Kennedy is jammed. Austin to the Burns Circle, an hour and 7 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, 41 minutes from Montrose, 35 in the Express. Outbound 40 to the airport. Eden's 23 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 28. The Eisenhower, an hour and 15 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, an hour from Manheim. Outbound 44 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 11 minutes. 3:55 to the drive, outbound 37 minutes. Ryan, 31 minutes, 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive, it's jammed. Southbound Hollywood to North Avenue. Tri-State southbound, slow 31st to Ogden with a crash on the left side. Northbound from 95th to Ogden. It's from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Veterans Memorial, slow Boughton to the Reagan Tollway. And from the Army Trail Toll to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Breezy and colder today. Clouds and sun, high 36 degrees. Currently 28 and mostly sunny at O'Hare, 29 along the lakefront. Your next news update is at 9. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Military Mortgage Talk with host Tony Gatliff. Sunday mornings at 9 on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy.
Little pitchy, sorry.
AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour brings us to Sprovieri's Custom Counters in Addison, Illinois this morning. It's been great fun to broadcast from this wonderful facility, going concern, Sprovieri Custom Counters in Addison.
Yeah, going strong for 50 years, family-owned business.
Yep, absolutely.
And then besides these beautiful countertops, they have top-of-the-line flooring that I'm going to get my little meat hooks on before I leave here.
You're trying to negotiate some deals after you've read Art of the Deal.
Yeah.
Trying to put that to practice, so that's a wonderful thing. Speaking of business in Illinois, the governor gives his budget address today, and we had a very spirited conversation with Kristen McQuarrie about the state of the state yesterday. Kristen McQuarrie will be in for you on Monday.
Oh,
so
that's the lucky lady you've chosen.
That
huh?
sparring will continue, when you're out playing golf or doing whatever it is you do.
Scuba diving, saving the world, saving the fish.
But in addition, the pages of the Tribune in the recent days have featured an op-ed from Diana Rickard, who's the Vice President of Communications for the Illinois Policy Institute. A tough, I would characterize it as a tough but fair op-ed with respect to Governor Rauner and what he's been saying and doing versus what he needs to say and do today. She writes in the closing paragraphs, Rauner should use his budget address to lay out a bold, if difficult, plan to once and for all solve Illinois' problems. If he does, we'll know that the inspiring Bruce Rauner is back. If instead we get expressions of confidence in career politicians to craft a quote-unquote solution on the backs of Illinois taxpayers, well, in that case, we'll know who really got shook up in Springfield. Zing. For more on this, we're pleased to be joined by the aforesaid Diana Rickard, VP of Communications for the Illinois Policy Institute, with which I'm also affiliated. Diana, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me this morning.
So the two Rauners that you describe and then you present in summation at the end, those last two graphs that I just read, what's the difference between the two? Give us the argument in terms of who Bruce Rauner can be and maybe who he has been more recently.
So the Bruce Rauner on the campaign trail ran these commercials about eating career politicians for lunch and taking a sledgehammer to the system. And that was the guy that everybody got excited about. He turned out Republicans who had stayed out of the election for a lot of years because they were tired of, the rhinos that were running the state. He inspired independents, and he inspired Democrats. In fact, in 20 House districts and 10 Senate districts, people voted for Rauner, but they also voted for a Democratic state legislator. And so that Rauner was, a tough guy, warrior Bruce, who was ready to take on the system. The guy that's been talking for the past few weeks and few months as this, so-called grand bargain is being talked about, a.k.a. just another tax increase is being talked about, is a totally different guy. He says he doesn't want to get in the way, let them work out their deal. I'll be here if they need me. And the they that he's talking about are the same politicians he said he was going to eat for lunch when he was on the campaign trail. So he's totally retreated and is leaving all of the budget and what should be reform conversations to the exact same people who created the problem. It just seems like such a dramatic shift from who he said he was going to be and who he has been over the past few weeks.
Yeah, campaigning's a lot different than governing. So in this third budget address, what do you want to hear from him, but what do you expect him to say?
Well, I'm hoping that he'll kind of snap out of what he's been in for the past few weeks and return to being, strong Bruce with the sledgehammer, Bruce, the warrior, the guy who was going to take on the system and wasn't bought by anybody. I'm the guy that nobody sent, the guy who would point out the problems in both parties and really talk directly to the people about what actually has to happen in Illinois to solve the problem. So that's who I'm hoping we'll see today.
And the Illinois Policy Institute put out a proposed budget that would constitutionally balance the state budget without a tax increase. Governor Rauner certainly hasn't embraced that. He barely acknowledged it when he was before the Tribune editorial board last week. But many legislators have endorsed or embraced at least some component parts of it. It's the sense from Illinois Policy Institute that what we're looking for is just basically what you said, Diana. The Bruce Rauner that was the candidate, the maverick candidate, if you will, and then who spent much of the first 2 years of his term saying, "Look, I'm willing to deal on revenue in some manner, but we have to have structural reforms in exchange for that. We have that change the long-term trajectory of Illinois." So he doesn't. The Illinois Policy Institute, you are not calling on him to adopt what your organization produced wholesale, but go back to what he was promising for the last 3 years up until recently.
Absolutely, and I mean, even if he does, accept some form of revenue for change, for big reform that the state needs, we've proven that it's not a revenue problem in Illinois. A tax increase is not necessary. You can fix the state without a tax increase, and we'd argue that you have to fix the state without a tax increase because our state is shrinking, our state revenue is going down, people are leaving. We have major economies in the state, major towns that are already in recession. But even if he says, okay, I understand the reality that the General Assembly is controlled by Democrats and they'll never go for, IPI's plan wholesale, then he needs to set some standards for what that kind of budget looks like. Instead, the stuff we're hearing about in this grand bargain is fake property tax reform, fake term limits, just like lip service buzzwords that are out there that people care about. And he needs to step up and lead. There's a big difference between essentially a governor who is a hospice caretaker of a state that's in decline and a leader who's doing everything that he can to turn us around at every cost.
Well, and it's interesting you point this out because also today, Connecticut Governor Daniel Malloy is giving his budget address. And
I think that's going to be a lot different than ours.
Well, he's a Democrat.
Yeah.
Connecticut is right behind Illinois in terms of largest unfunded liability, pension liability. And what Malloy is expected to propose is essentially a pension pushdown idea that has been advanced by the Illinois Policy Institute here to have local communities pick up a third of the liability for the teachers' retirement system in the state of Connecticut. So if you can have a Democrat governor, and by the way, that's interestingly, he's getting pushback from Republicans in his state legislature. So it's not even a partisan issue. It's as you see from kind of the Connecticut example versus the Illinois situation, it's a political courage, whether it's lacking from Democrats or lacking from Republicans.
Right. And what's really interesting about all of the proposals we have in our budget plan is every single one of them has been proposed as legislation in the past, and many of them have been proposed by Democrats. So it's not like our proposal, which shows how you can balance the budget without a tax increase, is, some ivory tower libertarian pipe dream that, would just make, Illinois a totally extreme state. No, these are things that other states are doing, that Democrats have proposed in recent years. Even Madigan has proposed some of these things, of course not in good faith, but these are all doable. And I think you hit the nail on the head when you said this is just a question of political courage. And right now what we see in the General Assembly is the audience that people want to cater to are the special interests, the lobbyists, and their peers, not the 12 million Illinoisans who don't deserve another tax increase.
Now, you mentioned we can balance the budget without a tax increase, but that means we'd have to cut spending. And where would we cut that spending?
Well, I'd actually say we need to reform spending. So, everyone always thinks it's, are you going to cut or are you going to raise taxes? We advocate the third way, which is you change how you spend your money. So, one of the things that we do is we enact a property tax freeze for 5 years. And in exchange for that property tax freeze for 5 years, we give local governments a lot of power over how they spend their money. We alleviate state mandates. We reform collective bargaining so that they can a local manager in a town or a village board can actually negotiate a contract that works for them, not just a cookie-cutter contract that's what they're allowed to do under state law. Workers' comp reform. These are all part of things that will help us get back in line with what other states are doing, but they change how we spend money. And, of course, there are other things like, finally closing down the pension system. We propose a plan that's constitutional to close down the pension system, by the next, 20, 30 years, because we know that it will never, ever, ever work. So we move all new employees to a 401k. We give current employees the option to join a 401k voluntarily, and eventually in the next 30 years, everyone who's in the system today in the pension system will be phased out, and we'll have an entirely defined contribution retirement system. So it's just a lot of common sense things that help us spend the money that we have more wisely. And it's stuff everyone's doing at home.
Yeah, best practices from the business world you think would be wheelhouse for a governor who comes from the business world. We'll see what he has to say this afternoon. Diana Rickard, Vice President of Communications for the Illinois Policy Institute. Thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, guys.
And she joined us on our TurnKey.pro answer line.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Forecast today, plenty of sunshine, a high of 36 degrees, a little bit cooler than we're used to. But tomorrow the warmth returns. We're going to have breezy conditions, clouds, and some sun. Mostly clouds, though, but warmer, a high of 42. Let's get into it. The Alarm Detection System Traffic Center. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Inbound Kennedy, delays started Austin. An hour and 8 minutes O'Hare to downtown. 43 minutes from Montrose, 32 in the Express. Outbound 32 to the airport. Eden's 21 minutes in from Lake Cook. Outbound 29, the Eisenhower. An hour and 15 minutes slog. Thorndale to downtown. It's an hour from Manheim. Outbound 43 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 14 minutes, 3:55 to the drive. Outbound now clear. The Ryan, 30 minutes, 95 to downtown. Lakeshore Drive southbound jammed. Hollywood to North Avenue, 40 minutes. Hollywood to Monroe. Northbound Tri-State bottled up, 95 to Ogden. And from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue, Veterans Memorial still pretty slow from Boughton to the Reagan Tollway, and then from Army Trail to 290. Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life, but I should have ordered it like 15 years ago.
Running a business can be challenging, especially in Illinois. Mountains of regulations, taxes, fees, and more may be coming. Business owners who manage to survive and thrive deserve to be recognized. And that's exactly what we here at AM560 are doing. This spring, we're hitting the road on the AM560 Business Tour presented by Signature Bank, as we did today from Sprovieri's Custom Counters here in Addison. We're celebrating local businesses like Sprovieri's overcoming the odds and succeeding in spite of the many challenges they face. Think of it as making businesses great again. We want to give back to the business community by broadcasting our show live from various locations throughout Chicagoland. Does your business have a great success story? If so, we want to hear about it. Go to 560theanswer.com/business. Fill out the brief form. Tell us about how you and your business are beating the odds to serve your clients and your community. We're selecting several businesses more as stops on our AM 560 business tour, and we'll broadcast from your location to share your success with our audience. Go to 560theanswer.com/business to tell us your story. Again, that's 560theanswer.com/business. And we may be stopping at your business this spring on the AM 560 business tour sponsored by Signature Bank.
Gatto Industrial Platers, Inc. is the specialist in zinc and zinc nickel plating. Gatto is big, they're good, and they're easy to work with. Their high-production rack plating line has up to a 15-foot capacity to handle any zinc plating requirement. Gatto's 210,000-square-foot facility can process 300 tons per day and offers complete custom packaging with available pickup and delivery in the Chicago metro area by Gatto's own fleet of trucks. All of Gatto's products are inspected and certified to ensure that each customer is receiving the best and most cost-effective plating protection. Gatto is home to King Kong, the largest zinc plating line in North America that can zinc plate parts up to 27 feet long and weighing up to 10,000 pounds. For a quote and fast 24 to 48-hour service, call George Gatto Jr. or George Gatto Sr. at 1-800-290-1223. That's 1-800-290-1223. 1-800-290-1223.
You're the one that gets it done. The person your friends call to see if you can fix it. Brakes? No biggie. Shocks and struts? Simple and straightforward. The catalytic converter heat shield? Come on. If it has wheels, you can make it go. But not having the right part can bring your project to a screeching halt. Problem solved with MyPartsGarage.com. My Parts Garage is not a big box store that needs to wait to get a part in. My Parts Garage is the warehouse that sells wholesale to you. They own the inventory, so your part is always in stock. But wait, there's more. Like free shipping within 24 hours, in-state next-day delivery, or pick it up today at the warehouse. Plus, the customer service is seriously awesome. So the last thing you need to do is drive fast and furiously to find auto parts. With the average driver in Chicago commuting at least 24 miles per day, people are spending more hours in their car than they do at home. Drivers need you, the mechanic. You need MyPartsGarage.com. Lowest prices guaranteed.
Hi, I'm attorney Stephen Leahy, and I help business owners, 1099 employees, and those with unfiled tax returns solve their IRS problems. And I'm also the host of the IRS Radio Hour.
And I'm Jim Leahy, the co-host of the IRS Radio Hour, heard right here every Sunday evening at 5 on AM 560.
The Answer. I know you want a local attorney you can look in the eye and hold accountable for solving your IRS problem, not some big box outfit without a Chicago connection. So today we have a special offer. A good night's sleep.
A good night's sleep? Are you trying to give away a pillow?
Great guess, Jim. But no, I want to help people solve the problems that are keeping them up at night. If you fear the IRS will take away your money, freeze your bank account, garnish your wages, visit your home or job, and now they can take away your passport, you need to hire me to solve your IRS problem for good.
Call attorney Stephen Leahy, your Chicago IRS answer man at 312-664-6649, 312-664-6649, and get the IRS out of your business and your life for good.
This is Dan Proft with 60 Seconds of Sanity, brought to you by upstream-ideas.com. Much attention is focused on the totalitarian re-education camps that college campuses have become, but it's in K-12 where the indoctrination has generally begun. A case study is New Trier High School, a top public high school in Illinois that enjoys a national reputation because of its many famous graduates. Black students account for less than 1% of New Trier's student body. To make up for its diversity deficit, the high school's $420,000 a year superintendent instituted a mandatory racial rights seminar day during Black History Month. A review of the seminar's offerings reveals the Black Lives Matter directed sessions to be among the more measured, amid those that characterize the Chicago police as perpetrators of urban genocide and Colin Kaepernick's bended knee as something that should be immortalized in bronze. A parents group objected to the one-sidedness of the program, suggesting conservative black speakers to broaden the perspectives for consideration by students. That notion was summarily rejected. Just as Bob's Country Bunker and the Blues Brothers featured both kinds of music, country and western, so one of the country's best high schools features both kinds of public K-12 education, virtue signaling and bigot baiting.
My daughter started school, and I find myself worrying if she is getting home safe while I'm still at work. I wish I could check up on her.
Alarm Detection Systems offers remote control of your security system from your phone.
Get text or video alerts when someone's at your door. ADS is an authorized Honeywell equipment dealer. Visit adsalarm.com or call 630-844-6300. Alarm license number 127000143.
Our neighbor had thousands of dollars in flood damage and lost several items that are irreplaceable. Is there a security solution to receive early warning of an event like this?
Of course. Alarm Detection Systems has flood detection systems alerting you when water gathers in your home, giving you time to react. ADS is an authorized Honeywell equipment dealer. Visit adsalarm.com or call 630-844-6300. Alarm license number 127000143.
Hello, everyone, and here we go again with Karen Lewis and the Chicago Teachers Union demanding more money from the Chicagoland taxpayers. Well, I say enough is enough. The teachers get paid from the property taxes that homeowners pay every year. If the teachers union gets more money, that means your property taxes are going to go higher. This is Tom Marabali, your health insurance advocate and independent representative for Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois and other health insurance carriers. For months now, I have been telling you about purchasing health savings account PPO plans that will cost you approximately 40% less in monthly premiums than you're currently paying now. Well, the same thing applies to the teachers union. I can show the union that they can purchase a more comprehensive health insurance plan that is in full compliance with the Affordable Care Act and will cost the taxpayers up to 40% less in monthly health insurance premiums. For more information, you can call me at 630-863-3477. That's 630-863-3477.
For making us part of your morning. Our thanks to David Stripling and to Keith Conrad, and especially to our Signature Bank business benefactor.
Chuck Sprovieri and Sprovieri's Counters here in Addison, part of our business tour. Big fun today.
We'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. Now here is Mike Scott.
Here are the stories we are following on WIND. Chicago, 2 police officers hurt during a car chase. More after Fox News.